Blah, blah. This is all wrong. It's okay. I can fix it. Hey, y'all. Hey, classy lady. How are you? Are you doing okay? How was your holidays? Hey, y'all. I did not go to bed until like, I don't know, it was like 3 o'clock or something. Y'all know what my gritty tail did? Who want to know what I did when I got off here? I tried to lay down. Baby, I went straight in that kitchen and made me a whipped dessert. Poured the last of that heavy whipping cream in that KitchenAid. Put some sugar and some of my homemade vanilla in there. Put some lemon juice. And baby, put that cream cheese in there. And I had a little bit of strawberry jelly left. Thank you. And I poured it on there and he put it in there. I got the little, I'm about to show y'all the little miniature. I said, I know I got some sweet in here. I need some sweets. And this is what my gritty tail was doing at 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 almost. Just greedy. Look at this. I made 6 of these last night and put the rest of the filling in the Frigidaire. Just greedy. Just greedy. So if I want to put pineapple on here, blueberry, make me a little something and put it on there, this is what it did at 1 o'clock in the morning. Hi, Auntie Judy. You sure can. It's going to melt because it's real creamy here. This ain't shippable. Just a little something. It ain't nothing. Right? Make these with the kids. It ain't nothing but heavy whipping cream. You whip it up and then add your... It's that same stuff they be selling us. Thank you, Pumpkin. It's that same stuff they be selling us at in the already made. It sure is, because I got me 6 little... Thank you, Pumpkin. 6 little desserts for the next couple of days, babe, because I'm going to eat my sweets, but I got to cut down on the portion size. Hey, Queen. I got to cut down on the portion size. So this will get me through the night instead of eating 2 pieces of cheesecake. The big kind. And this ain't a whole bunch of BS. Well, it's sugar and stuff in here, but listen. I said that's why you can't use it. That's why your arms is looking like that. It's okay. In the middle of the night. That's when my kids used to be happy because they'll wake up. If I couldn't sleep, I'd get up and bake. Baking calms me down. Or making something. So, in the middle of the night when I have my kids, like if stuff was on my mind, I'd get up and bake. Bake or cook. I take out my dinner. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm up. Taking out my dinner, making some bread, letting it rise. By the time they get up, it'll be, now this wasn't all the time, but a lot of times, if I can't think, I'm going to bake something. Because I like my house to smell like baked goods. And having to pay attention to that keeps my mind off other stuff. So, hey y'all. So today, well, after I got off here last night, I did read for a little bit. And I wanted to share with y'all. Some of y'all might have already read it. Some of y'all might not have read it, but I was looking at something and thinking about something. I was like, I'm gonna get up and read. So I read a little bit, and then it made me think about a couple of things. So I want to just share my brainstorm with y'all. Are y'all okay with that? I like that I can share my brainstorms with y'all. Can I share my brainstorm with y'all? Some of it I've already shared with y'all, but I think it's interesting. Okay. So you know how we talk about Game of Thrones all the time, and I said, I know it's Bible. Like, hi Sarah, I just know it's Bible, right? They didn't stole the stories. They got the manuscripts. They got access to the old stuff that we don't got access to, right? Y'all agree with that? Yeah. Okay. So I grabbed these two books yesterday. I grabbed Josephus and I grabbed the Legends of the Jews, volumes 4. Okay? And I started reading in one, then I started reading another, and I'm like, oh my God. So, do we always talk about how when God gives you things, He doesn't give you little things? Or when He does something, He's going to do something really big? How often do we talk about that? We talk about that a lot here. Okay, see, I want to do some math today because I want to show y'all something. Okay. It's going to be a little bit of reading, so it's kind of like story time, but it's kind of like what you call it? A word problem. I ain't been in school in forever. A word problem in math is words, and then you have to do the equation. Am I right? That's what a word problem is in math. I don't know what they call it now, but I ain't been in elementary school in a long time. So, is that still called a word problem, or is it called something else now? Thank you. Is that what it's called? Still teachers, Miss Lady, classy lady. It is it's still called okay, good. So we're gonna do a word problem today. I like word problems; they make me excited. The math part gets me a little bit, but we can work on that too. Okay, here we go. So I was reading in Josephus. And hold on, excuse me. I was reading in Josephus, and please, y'all, just let me get this out before y'all be asking me the page and all that stuff. Just let me get it out, okay? And then I'll tell y'all, and y'all can go and find it. Is that cool? Y'all hear me? If you have the book, just hold off, okay? Just let me get this out first, and then we'll go and do all of that. So you get to chill and just listen, okay? For right now. Okay. So I was reading about the description of the temple, and how many of us have seen, we even on, what is it called? The channel where they do all the ancient aliens. What is it called? Y'all know the channel. It's not Nat Geo, but I think it used to be. What? Hey, what's the channel that got the ancient aliens on it? I can't think right now. We've all seen Solomon's Temple because with ancient aliens, they put in Solomon's Temple. Do they not? History Channel. Thank you. Do they not put? Have y'all ever wondered why they always put Egypt and Solomon's Temple and like the Persians in the ancient alien shows? Have you ever wondered that? Anybody ever thought, why do you always do that? Anybody? Y'all think about that? Because if you go look at ancient aliens, it's all like ancient Persia, ancient Egypt, ancient Jerusalem, ancient Israel. All those areas around there are the hieroglyphics that they show us that are the ancient aliens, ancient Japan, and the like, right? Okay, cool. So we agree. Okay. Okay. All right. So I ran into this. Now, who watched Game of Thrones? Is there anybody in here that watched Game of Thrones? You did. Anybody else? Thank you, Miss Lady. Y'all did. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. So listen and just listen and tell me what you hear. Okay? Good job. Okay, here we go. So it says, the city of Jerusalem was fortified with 3 walls. On such parts as were not encompassed with unpassable valleys, for in such places it had but one wall. The city was built upon two hills, which are opposite to one another, and have a valley to divide them asunder, at which valley the corresponding rows of houses on both hills end. On these hills, that which contains the upper city is much higher, and in length more direct. Accordingly, it was called the Citadel by King David. The Citadel by King David. Where do we know that word from? In recent times. Thank you, Dad. You are so great. I never knew this was going to come in handy for right now. Freaking interesting. OMG. You said you're complex. When I tell you they be playing in our face. Do you see this? Do you see it? Look right here. Pay attention to how this looks. Okay? Pay attention to how this looks. Okay? This is the Game of Thrones game. Thank you. I still haven't put it together. Pay attention to how that looks. Now, do me a favor. Oh, I think it's on this one. Gosh darn it. Okay, we're going to move on. Do me a favor real quick and go look up the Tower of Antonia. Thank you. Go look up the Tower of Antonia real quick, and we're going to come back over here. It's very interesting. Tell me what you see. The Tower of Antonia. Now we know why Antoine is such a popular name. There is a place called the Citadel in the military school. Interesting. I'm going to tell you why. It's so interesting. Once you go look up, I need you to go look up the tower. You see it, Tom? Same thing, a citadel built by Herod the Great. Come on, Queen! Oh, there was a military structure in Jerusalem that protects the city. Tell me that don't look like that Game of Thrones city. Why have I never heard of this? So much info. Y'all see it? Tell me that don't look like the city where, and I went back and started watching it last night. I said, even when it's coming on and it's got the music and they showing you, I'm trying to tell you. Westeros, girl. Listen here, and you come on in, sis. You come on in, because I'm about to show you something. On the next page, I said, what if Westeros is west of Jerusalem? This is all in the middle of the night last night. Because as I get to reading this, it almost describes the landscape of Game of Thrones. I literally wrote that right here. Look. See that? What if Westeros is just west of Jerusalem? Y'all think I'm jabbing y'all? This was my studies from last night. We about to get into it. Or this morning. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ooh, you said your brain be braining, auntie. It be my dad. I'm like, wait a minute. So look, you said it speaks on Antonio Acts 21 and 20. Thank you. Okay, so right on. Thank you. Thank you, Trina. Listen, cause y'all, I'm like, as you read it, this is why I say, like, sometimes gotta get you a pick me up. Cause can I tell y'all where I might be just a little bit? You know how sometimes you love your partner, but you just don't be feeling them right then and there? Anybody ever felt like that? It ain't that you don't want to be with them. It ain't that you don't love them. It's just something. And you don't really know what that something is sometimes. Not all the time, and you don't let it linger. But has anybody ever felt that before? So do you know that there are times in your relationship with God that there will be things that kind of mimic that? Where you don't really understand and you don't know why you off and you don't know why. Why are you telling me to stop? What the heck I do now? I'm just telling you how I feel. Okay. So I'm in an uneasy space right now, right? And I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. I'm just trying to be, because I don't know what this is, and I don't want y'all to say, "Oh, I'm in an uneasy space." I don't want y'all to pick that up. I'm just, oh, okay, okay. I said what I do. You said you too, friend. Dang, did you? Okay, okay. So it's not that I don't love him. It's not that I'm just like God. Now I'm gonna be honest. My prayer life is off. My prayer life is off. It is. I still get up and talk to him and give him his time. You see what I'm saying? But it is a little off. And I think it's just because of all the things that are going on. I'm not excusing it. I've been in this place with Dad for a month now. Yep, it's been about that long, Pumpkin. It's been about that long. But I don't think it's even a bad place. I think it's, can I tell y'all what it is? Thank you. Thank you, Tay. Can I tell y'all what it is? What I feel like it could be, and this just really came to me this morning. It's kind of been whatever, but do you know what I think it is? There is a shift happening, and I also think he's playing hide and seek. He plays hide and seek. Y'all get that? You can feel that? Mm-hmm. You know what that means? He wants us to come find him. Like, come looking. It's something he wants us to see. He playing CERCA TROVA right now. You know what? You know what, nephew? You ain't lying. You better come find me, because it's not going to be what you think. You hear me? I've been saying I'm knocking, where you at? Yeah. Okay, so maybe that's why he wanted me to go ahead and, okay. So it's not only me. Good job, because I was like that. I don't know what this is. Interesting. That's great. Interesting. You said I've been married for 35 years now, and I don't know what is going on with me, but I don't want to be. Interesting. Me too, Pumpkin. We all in the same place. Do y'all know I wrote about this morning? I said, God, there's nobody I can talk to about this feeling I have. Because I don't want nobody to think you're not good or that I don't love you or I don't want to live for you. I just don't know what this is. It's like he's talking, but he's still silent. It's like he's not, I don't want to say he's not talking as much. I can't really describe it. You hear me? Driving ambition that's often on spiritual level. I'm a driven person. You said driving ambition. I visited my church for the first time. Dang, hold on. It's a lot. Everybody, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. You said I visited my church for the first time in years, and thankfully they were on the same page. Good job. I just asked the class this morning, have y'all ever been upset or mad at God? Interesting. What class y'all be having? But there will be little moments of something coming up later in the day that I thought of way earlier that were so random, like a word of food. I literally wrote this in my journal this morning. All of this. I had a dream of a citadel last night about my 3 kids, 2 grown-ups, and the man saying, "Come and find me." Interesting. My old pastor passed, and his son is the pastor. No, no. I just know that I just got finished journaling. He must had a message for all of us this morning. Mine was about how people will see the old me even after he changed me. It's a real thing. So I was just yelling at God and calmed as I started to pray the scripture. Interesting. Hey. Okay. Well, this is a thing. I don't know, but I was like, hey, um, I don't know what this is, but if I don't want it if it's not you, and yeah, cause I'm not going nowhere. I just told him today, I don't got nobody if I don't got you, so I don't know what this is. I don't too much care for it, and yeah, I don't. Yeah, that right there. So okay, that part. It's a so okay. That all makes sense then, cause I was like, what the heck? My word this morning was evil. Romans. Don't let evil conquer you. Conquer evil by doing good. Right, right. But I don't feel like it's an evil thing. I don't really have words for it. I don't. I don't really have words to express the feeling because I don't feel this often, or if I've ever felt it at all. You see what I mean? And so I don't know, but I just been like, I don't know if it's because something is coming. I honestly don't know what it is, but it's something. It's a weird feeling, right? Right, exactly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah, all of that. All of that. Okay, so then it's not just me. So I might not be on here for 3 days or four. I don't know. After today, I might not be on here. I don't know how long. So yeah, because I need to understand, and I don't like not being able to understand. Hmm. Yeah, all of that, Nicole. All of it. All of it. In a lot of ways. Not with everything, just it's weird. Yeah. 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 So I probably won't be on here for 3 days. What about Samuel? You can't just keep typing Samuel, Tone. I don't know why you keep typing Samuel. I don't know what that means. I mean, it's a lot of things that have to do with Samuel. You gotta put more context, honey, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Did anyone else have weird dreams last night? About 3 of them. Almost like a holding pattern, right? So yeah, I need to disconnect for a minute. That's what I need to do, so I can understand. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Also, on another note, um, yeah, all of that, all of that, all of it. So with that, I'm gonna disconnect for a couple of days. Michael, my husband, was talking in his sleep last night. All night, he's never does that. Yeah, something going on. Everybody been having weird dreams. Okay, so maybe it was something I needed to talk to y'all about. Yeah, it is. It is, because my dream's been off the wall too. Especially for like the last probably week. Yeah. I've been waking up talking, all of that, all of it. I told y'all. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I just was like, Dad, I don't know what this is. I have no idea. I just told you I don't know what it is. I know he's playing hide and seek. That's it. I don't have no answers. I don't have no answers. None. None. Yeah. Yeah, the same feeling I would get if I did something bad at school and the teacher called my mom at home. Oh my God, I'm in the back, but I definitely feel the same. I thought I was tripping or missing something, right? So he's playing hide and seek. Mm-hmm. Y'all know I've been doing this a long time, right? And I've done this walk by myself. Okay? There is a time for everything. Y'all know that, right? I know about praying in tongues. I know about fasting. But there are times when you are uncertain of what God wants you to do. And some people, because they just talk, do this, do this, do this, they don't even know if that's what God be wanting them to do. You can't just always sound like a tape recorder. Sometimes you have to wait for direction. Even Jesus waited for direction. So if I don't know, I don't move. And sometimes you can try to pray and nothing happens because he's doing something. Sometimes you don't get a clear answer. You can be going through stuff in your life. You can be going through stuff in your mind. There is a lot of factors that come into getting into God's presence. Sometimes ain't nothing wrong. Sometimes it is stuff wrong. But you have to wait for him to tell you sometimes. Sometimes we do all the yapping and we don't do no listening. And so I just been letting my music play, trying to steal my spirit to know what's going on. Period. I don't have no problem with the waiting game. I'm okay to wait because I understand that if I just go be, I'm going to look for him and not what I need to hear from you. It is silent around me. And I don't know what that means right now. Sometimes I know what silence means, but this silence I don't know. So I'm not going to pretend and be like, oh, I already know. No, I don't. I don't know what this feeling is, and I've been writing about it every day. Like, what is this? And until you tell me, I'm not about to just say, oh, it's this, and oh, it's that, and oh, it's... No, I don't know what it is. Ask Jesus clothing. You didn't just hear what I said. Are you expecting me to give you an answer when I've said 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different times that I don't know? You cannot ask me a question when I'm telling you my truth and I said I don't know. I'm not, you can't get me to say, no, I don't know. I've been saying that for the last however many minutes I've been on here. Y'all gotta come on now. If I don't know, I'm not gonna, didn't you just hear me say I'm waiting for him to tell me? Love you, but you gotta listen. I'm waiting for him to tell me what it is. I don't know. I know. Well, I'm not gonna, again, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Love you, sis, but I said I don't know, and I've been asking him, so how can I give you an answer about something that I don't know? He has not said what it is, so I won't be adding titles to what it is. I just want him to tell me. Okay. I don't make up stuff. I need him to tell me what it is because I don't know. And in the times we living in, I don't want to be just thinking it's something. Tell me what it is so I know which way to move. Period. I don't know. And I've been asking. I'm like, all right, Dad, you know. Right. I don't want to be just making up stuff. I need, in this moment, we need to hear, oh, you said that's what I love about you, no misconceptions. Baby, that ain't about to help me coming up with my own stuff. In this moment, we need to be sure, because if you keep getting the feeling to stay or go, you gonna have to know that that's him telling you. And if he's not telling you to move, you can't get frazzled and be like, oh, well, let me start doing all this stuff. And no, you need to sit still and see what he talking about. You hear me? Because I don't want to move too fast. I don't want to move too slow. I want to be right on pace with what he want me to do. And if I don't know, I'm not making up nothing to that sound good. I'm not about to do that. Not especially when all my words is being written down too. You said anytime I moved before he told me, I regretted it, this. And so that's why I haven't, even last night I was like, okay, I don't know what this is. So I got my book. And I just started reading. And he took me to the description of the city of Jerusalem. And I'm like, okay, what does this have to do with everything? And then I said, oh, wait a minute. That has a lot to do with what's going on right now. Do it not? Do it not? The city of Jerusalem and the temple and the walls around it, a city with no walls. A parable came to my mind right before you got on about it, girl. And we reading about the city walls, how long they was, how thick they was, and everything. That's what we getting ready to touch down on today. Interesting. Here we go. Promise you. So we're going to skip through a lot of this because it talks about the walls and how long and where they are. So here it is. It says, now of these three walls, the old one was hard to be taken, both by reason of the valleys and of the hill which was built and which was above them. But besides that, a great advantage as to the place where they were situated, it was also built very strong, because David and Solomon and the following kings were very zealous about this work. Now that wall being on the north at the tower called Hippocus, and extended as far as the Xistus, a place so called, and then joining the council house, ended at the west cloister of the temple. But if we go the other way, westward, here we go, it began at the same place and extended through a place called Bethso to the gate of the Essenes. And after that, it went southward, having its bending above the fountain Siloam. Now, I was thinking, you remember the people in Game of Thrones? The Maesters? But not necessarily. Remember when it first come on and John Aaron was dying and you had them people with them things on their head and they didn't really talk to nobody. They kind of lived an offset life. They were like the monks. They were in the city but away from the city, right? Like on the other end of the whatever. They was in the royal like area, but it was connected by tunnels or however that happened. I'm thinking that in the show, those people are probably the Essenes. I can't be for sure. But as I was, I'm like, wait a minute. Because the Essenes held all the knowledge. The Essenes were the holy, people, scribes. They knew all of the ancient stuff and all of this. And that's who the maesters and those people were, right? Right? I can't remember if they were hidden by the choir or not. But when they was burying all the people, they kind of looked like nurses. But they had those different symbols on those things behind their head. Y'all remember? They knew where all the knowledge was. They knew the histories of the families. They knew the medicine. They had all the knowledge, and they talk about the Essenes having a lot of that knowledge and different things like that. I've studied on them long ago. I would have to brush back up on it, but there's a lot of stuff that I studied about the Essenes and the knowledge that they had and that they were people that went out. Right. The Essence studied at the Citadel. The gate of the Essence. They had their own gate that they came in. That's what I'm saying. They had all of the knowledge. So I'm thinking that this Game of Thrones, I said I believe it's Bible because it was giants in David's time, was it not? It was giants. If you remember how the city that they were in Game of Thrones, the main city that they used to be in, if you go back and watch it and look at when they're looking out over the city, actually seeing the giants in Game of Thrones was eye-opening. I think this was during the time of David, y'all. I really do believe that these people have got a hold. Because just like you said, Westeros, I think what Westeros is the coast, right? Of where Israel is in that water. You know, the little part right there. And if you look at the map, when it come on and it go from like Westeros or whatever up to the cold lands. About to show you something. I said, I did it last night. I had to go turn it on. So right here, this little piece right here that leads them so that they don't got to go around no water and go up to the cold lands. If you go back and look at how it is when it come on, you about to see this little piece right here. You about to see it. Look at the map when it first come on. You about to see, and then it goes up to this cold land up here. But even how the map is turned and where the lands are, when they show the land of the Dothraki or whatever, it is. I'm doing this backwards. Hold on. Isn't Syria the old Persia? Syria is the old Persia, right? Or which one is the old Persia? Is it Syria? Syria is the old Persia, right? Iran. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Iran. Okay, help me. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Iran. Thank you. See, sometimes I'll be off. All right. So think about this. When you look at the land, this is where Iran is, right? Okay. So if Westeros is Egypt, if Westeros is, or whatever their main city is Jerusalem, where the Citadel is, when you look on the map, from now on, this would be the land of where the horses were, the Dothraki, whatever you call them, right? And remember, they were supposed to be trying to go up this way or going over here, and they said they don't go across the waters. Remember? So if you look, Iran is right here. So if this is where the Citadel was, or, Israel, if this is where the main city is about, right? Here go all the waters. But this is where they would have to travel to get to the Dothraki or whatever. But remember it said the narrow sea? Remember they had to cross the narrow sea? This is the narrow sea. The narrow sea is the Red Sea, y'all. This is the narrow sea that they always was talking about they was going to cross. Because if you go and you see when they come from the north, all the houses where the eunuch was and all the buildings they was going to, they look like everything that's in here. When they go south and they go to the citadel or they go to whatever, the narrow sea is the Red Sea. So when they talking about crossing over the narrow sea, they're actually going across the Red Sea. And all you got to do is pay attention to the landscapes. And then look at how the maps look. And look at where it's showing you where they was at. It's literally this. All of this. I went and looked at it last night. I turned it on because I'm like, no way. And I looked, and what they do is, in the show, they turn the camera. Like, they turn it so it's going, and then they kind of turn it this way so you don't realize what you're looking at. But if they keep it straight, it's this. Just when you go back and watch it, and even if you just fast forward to different scenes that you know where they was in them, look at it and see. Yeah. So when I was reading this last night, I'm like, oh my God, this is Game of Thrones. I'm just going to get through and tell y'all. So there was 3 walls around Jerusalem back in the day after David and them had left or whatever, in the time when Josephus was alive. Right? And we going to skim through the word problem stuff, okay? Y'all ready? Because it's very interesting. Y'all ready? Here we go. Okay, so it says, but if we go the other way, westward, it began at the same place and extended, we read that. And after that, it also went southward, having its bending above the fountain Siloam. Okay, where it also bends again towards the east of Solomon's pool, and teaches as far as a certain, and reaches as far as a certain place, which they call Ophelas, where it is joined to the eastern cloister of the temple. The second wall took its beginning from the gate, which they called Ganath, which belonged to the first wall. It only encompassed, it only encompassed the northern quarter of the city, and reached as far as the tower Antonia. So I went and looked up Antonia. I'm like, because we got books about Antonia back there. It says the beginning of the third wall was at the Tower of Hippicus. When, y'all know these words a little. Let me get my light. That's what where it needs. The nigga can't see. There we go. All right. Because I done highlighted it and it's dark in here. All right. Here we go. It says, whence it reached as far as the north quarter of the city at the Tower of Cephinus, and then was so far extended till it came over against the monuments of Helena, which Helena was queen of Adiabene. I know somebody named Adia too. That's funny. The daughter of Isates. Then it extended further to a great length and passed by the sepulchral caverns of the kings, and bent again at the tower of the corner and the monument which is called the monument of the fuller. So we're going to skip all that. But it made me think about, remember when the king, when they would go visit, they would go under there, and they had all the different statues of all the different leaders that had died, the queens and kings and their kids and whatever else. Remember when they would be walking through the crypts? Right? But it was in that same city. right? But they walking through the crypts down there. There's all of these beautiful pools in the middle. There's these gardens and big old walls of dirt, but they got beautiful flowers. I mean, just think about what we saw in this show. And if you go back and you look at the cities and how it's describing this, and y'all saw, you can't tell me that the Tower of Antonia don't look what that city look like on it's on the same hill and everything. Even how the houses are set up looks exactly like Jerusalem, does it not? The only thing they don't show you on here is that this is on a hill. But you see the hill with the dirt and the bulwarks around the side of it. Does this not look like what you saw when you went and looked up the Tower of Antonia? He did three. You see it? What we about to read, it said he did 3 towers, and then it was one in the middle for his wife, and he didn't want them to be bigger than hers or something like that. There they go. He did 3 towers for somebody and another tower for something, and in the middle it was this big old whatever. And there it is right there. There go the towers. Right? Because the landscape now is not how the landscape was 2,000 years ago. Do y'all agree? Or 3,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago? Do y'all agree? There are areas that used to be lush gardens that are not now. And there are areas where there are lakes or rivers where the river has moved. So the landscape that they could be showing us is could be from a painting or a book or a map from way back then that they got, because I'm like, this is Jerusalem. And when you're looking at that map, it's like this. They've been. If it was giants, do you think it was other beings during David's time? You think giants was the only beings? And we know giants run with monsters? Do we remember who Nimrod was hunting? And Nimrod was after the flood, was he not? Werewolves, sirens, vampires. Uh-oh. Okay. Nimrod hunted monsters. It never said the monsters went away. Because Nimrod's other name is what? You got a couple of them. What's Nimrod's other name? Gilgamesh. And maybe even Sargon. Gilgamesh fought what? What did Gilgamesh fight? Monsters. He was fighting beasts. So if Nimrod and Gilgamesh is the same, and Gilgamesh was fighting monsters, and God called Nimrod a mighty hunter, and the world has not been destroyed since that time, and they didn't kill all the monsters, then was it monsters when David was around? Was it monsters when Solomon was around? Do people talk about the monsters they be seeing up in the mountains and stuff now? And nobody believes them? He was 20 feet tall. And they're like, yeah, bro, you're weird. They be trying to put you in a nice, comfy jacket. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, let's do this. All right. Do me a favor. It says, for the city could no way have been taken if the wall had been finished in the manner it was begun, as its parts were connected together by stones 20 cubits long. How long is 20 cubits? $30. Okay. All right. Here we go. So it says, and its parts were connected together by stones 30 feet long and 10 cubits broad. $20 cubic feet is, so they had one stone and each stone was 30 feet long. It was 10 cubits wide. So how wide was each stone? They were 15 feet wide, roughly. $30 by 10 feet. One stone. You said 30 feet by 5 feet. So roughly 30 by 5 feet, 30 by 10 feet, 30 by 15 feet. I guess it's measuring on in there somewhere. One stone was 30 feet by at least 10 feet. How tall are you? How tall are you? You said only 6 foot. Nephew, that's tall. Okay. So it'll take about, you said I was just calculating. I'm about 3.5 cubits. Hilarious. I love it here. Okay. So how many of us do you think it would take? Could we even? How much does that weigh? And I know all rocks have different mass and weight and all of that. But how much, what's a rough estimate for a 30-foot rock? You said, right, Ninja, I'm only not 5'5". Right. But how much would that rock weigh? A 30-foot rock that's 10 feet wide and 30 feet long, squared, or whatever you call that. One. You said more than a ton? Between 630 to 2,000 pounds. One. What if it's marble? Is it heavier if it's marble? So can we do some marble and see if we can get a weight for a 30-foot long, 10-foot wide piece of marble? You said all our bones would be crushed. Come on now. I done had a marble table and mine was about this thick, babe, and it was heavy. They had it on top of wrought iron, like a good piece of wrought iron, but it was a heavy table. You run into that, you busting your skull. Period. Ain't no running in and out and bouncing back. Oh, it's gonna weigh more than 332 pounds, baby. A square foot of marble typically weighs 16 to 20 pounds, and it's 30 square feet. It's gotta be more than 332 pounds. Y'all, a 30-foot piece of marble that's 10 feet wide? We not thinking about nothing like this. It weighs approximately 1,000 pounds. Okay. 6,000 pounds. I was about to say it ain't nowhere in the hundreds. So about 6,000 pounds. You said roughly about 6,000 pounds. One block weighed 6,000 pounds. Between 4,000 and 6,000 pounds, we'll say. And they built a wall. Y'all remember the Flintstones? Where did Mr. Flintstone work? You said a 3. So when we see what they call the flat mountains, are they really flat when you had people cutting 30-foot by 10-foot high blocks out of the mountains of marble? Is this how we got those plateau looking things? You said 48,000 pounds. You said same place as my hubby. He work in a limestone quarry. Can you ask, is he around? Can you text him and ask him how much a piece of marble 30 feet by 10 feet wide would weigh roughly? Or even limestone is kind of brittle. It's lighter, isn't it? Each block weighs about 3 tons. Okay. Okay. I told y'all this would work. Okay. So one will weigh 48,000 pounds. OMG. So one rock, 10 feet by 30 feet of marble will weigh 48,000 pounds? Is that what y'all saying? One block of solid marble, 30 feet long, right? About 6,000. Okay. So we gonna say it weighed at least 6,000, and depending on how long and how wide, it can weigh up to 48,000. We just gonna do that. That's a long moving in the middle. Let's get going. Okay. I'm just trying to get y'all to see what I was tripping about last night. Okay, here we go. So it says okay. It says, and its parts were connected together by stones 20 cubits long and 10 cubits broad, which could never have either been easily undermined by any iron tools or shaken by any engines. Y'all remember Josephus was born like 12 or 20 years after Jesus. It wasn't that long after Jesus died that Josephus was born. Y'all remember we studied this? Less than 30 years after Jesus died, I believe he was born. And I think it was more like 12 or something like that. That part. Exactly. Y'all remember Josephus was born like right after Jesus died, not too far after that. I don't think it was more than 20 years that Jesus had been gone. I could be wrong. Okay. You said 1 car equals 1 ton, which is 1,000 pounds. Interesting. Okay, so listen. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? Listen again. He said nobody could break these walls down, basically, right? He said it could not be easily undermined by any iron tools or shaken by any engines. When did they tell us that the engine was invented? (1807), 1860, 1876. So why was somebody that was born right after Jesus talking about couldn't no engines do nothing with this wall? You said, and there's no machine that can cut those stones? Okay. You said 1712 by Newton. Interesting. All right. Let's keep going. I just be wanting to see if y'all be seeing what I be seeing when y'all be reading. Okay. It says the wall was, however, 10 cubits wide. And it would have probably have had a greater height than that had not his zeal who began it hindered I'm sorry. hold on. Had not his zeal, who had begun it, been hindered from exerting itself. After this, it was erected with great diligence by the Jews, as high as 20 cubits, above which it had battlements of 2 cubits, and turrets of 3 cubits altitude, all in so much that the entire altitude extended as far as 25 cubits. So how tall was the wall? $25 cubits. And it was 10 cubits wide or thick. So y'all said that 10 cubits is what? 10 feet or 15 feet, roughly 15 feet? So the wall was 15 feet wide. And how tall? 25 cubits is how many feet? $35 feet. How tall is your house if you live in a house? How tall is your house? Is your house 1 story or 2 stories? How tall is your house? If you live in an apartment building, how many stories is it, and how tall is a story? We did the story numbers already, but okay, so how tall is a story? And how many stories fit it? Okay, so, okay. 15 feet is a story. I think it's like 10 or 15 feet. Right. Hey, Pumpkin. It's okay. Okay. Hey, Pumpkin. Okay. It's going to be in between 10 and 15 feet. So if this, so this wall was 35 feet tall and 15 feet wide. If you live in a 1 story, it was 3 times taller than your house. Thank you, Mr. Avery. A 2 story is around 20 to 25 feet. And it still had another 10 feet on top of that. So this wall was 10 feet taller. It's okay, Pumpkin. We doing brainstorm problems right now. We know it's gonna be averages, right? This wall around Jerusalem, the first wall, was 35 feet tall and at least 15 feet thick. So I'm about 5 something. So if I laid down 3 times, hand to feet or whatever, like laid myself straight out 3 times, that's how wide this wall was. All the way around, however many feet. And 36 feet tall. Why do y'all think they had to do that? Stop a person question, be like, what are we trying to keep out? There we go. Here we go. I'm so proud of y'all. This is why Jericho had walls so tall? What city in Game of Thrones had real tall walls? Do y'all remember? Y'all remember that city that they went to and it had impenetrable walls? And I told y'all that's probably Jericho. Remember when we was watching it together? And I said, I can't remember which city they was going into, but when she got there and she was all destitute or whatever, and it was just that wall was crazy. What it I don't think it was King's Landing. Not the ice wall. It was one of the other countries where they went. I think because it was where the black dude was. Y'all remember? Because they had been walking in the desert a long, 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 long time, and they got to the thing, and they had the one where she freed the slaves. Yep, the one where she freed the slaves. I can't think of that city, but think about them walls, right? Them walls was crazy. Like there was no way to really break into there. That might have been what it's called. I can't remember the name, but I bet you that was probably Jericho. Now, Jerusalem's walls was 30 feet. This first one was 30 feet tall, 35 feet tall, and 15 feet wide, roughly. Okay? We remember that Goliath was a what? The Bible says he was a third part giant, right? Y'all remember the Bible said he was only a third part giant? So we know that the original giants, right, were from 71 feet to several hundred feet. So the first giants were like this size, like the size of mountains. Then there came another race and they were smaller. But these giants right here was like a third part giant, and then there was us. Do you realize they were 9 to 24 feet tall? So if the tallest giants around at that time were 24 feet tall, it would make sense as to why David and whoever else was building these walls made them 36 feet. You said, man, I'm watching Game of Thrones again. I'm telling you. Because the giants that were around when he was around, not saying it wasn't none of these, but for sure, God said that the giants that was running around when David came, they were in this section right here, which was 9 to 24 feet tall. So when we read in the Bible and it's talking about these cities that was built and the structures, it's very important that we go look up the materials, what they were made out of. Does God do anything for nothing? Or does everything that he instructs a person to do have purpose? What good is it going to do for me to make a 10-foot wall and you're massive? You weigh 1,500 pounds or more. Plus, you can jump higher. So if you already 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 feet tall, you can't just jump over this fence. But it's thick too. It's 10 feet thick. So by the time you get to running on 5 feet, we own you. Think about how wide the Great Wall of China is. How wide, not long, how wide is the Great Wall of China? How much do their blocks weigh? How much is one block in the Great Wall of China? Yeah, but we talking about the walls in Jerusalem, baby. 13 to 15 feet wide. Hey. Hello, I love you. The base will be at 21 feet. Because they built it on top of dirt, did they not? Slopes. So that when people were trying to run up, and if you notice, a lot of the kingdoms, they'll build their house on this big slopey like thing. All the castles was built on slopes. It was water or something at the bottom of that. Your feet is wet. If it's enough of y'all get to splashing through that water, it's going to make that dirt around there muddy. But also, a lot of them have their waste pouring out into those moats, which made that area around there damp, did it not? They always had they pipes, and when you go, you see them riding up, you can see the running water, like the water stains going down on the sides. And a lot of times that's their wastewater on the moat. They said moats be filthy. It's like a canal. Canals be filthy. Because all the waste goes into the canal, does it not? Right? The wastewater goes into the canal. Yeah, and they always stink. Okay. 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 They've been playing and selling us the Bible on Game of Thrones. They get on my nerves. Okay, it says, now the towers that were upon it were 20 cubits in breadth and 20 cubits in height, and they were square and solid, as was the wall itself. You see it? Interesting. Okay. Now think about this. It says, wherein the niceness of the joints and the beauty of the stones were no way inferior to those of the holy house itself. Above this solid altitude of the towers, which was 20 cubits, there were rooms of great magnificence, and over them upper rooms and cisterns to receive rainwater. They were many in number, and the steps by which you ascended up to them were every one broad. Anybody ever seen the steps of Petra? Anybody? Or the ones in Africa that are massive, and they said, who cut these steps? And they're perfectly lined. You know what those could have been for too? Columns. All of these building projects, these monolithic structures. You said they are really huge. I'm looking at it online. Okay. Okay. But think about all of the places, even in China, they have these huge steps. But what if they aren't steps at all? What if they became steps later because they were where they cut the rock from and just built right there? So maybe some of the rocks they didn't have to take far. Because everywhere you go, there are these ancient quarries. And what looks like erosion to us could have been them cutting these blocks. Because who do we know that Solomon got to cut his blocks and carry them from across the Arabian Sea and all kinds of stuff? Who did he get to do it? The demons. Can I ask you a question? When demons inhabit natural people, what happens to them? They get super what? They call it superhuman strength, don't it? They get strong. Anybody ever worked in a mental institution or a mental hospital, or worked in a place where a person is having an episode? One person can take on 10 people with no problem and be throwing them left and right. Hurt folks. Okay. You all right? You got it. It do make them skinny too, if they stay there long enough. I was watching a documentary all morning on giants, megaliths, and I come to class and we talking about it. Stay on in then. Stay on in the class then. My brother used to have to fight them. He worked at a mental institution. Interesting. Your niece work at one right now. I was told when I had my last seizure, I beat up 6 officers and 2 paramedics. I work at a mental hospital, and that's a fact. These people be strong. Yeah, make you skinny because it's a parasite. Have you ever seen about a person addicted to drugs? It's a parasite. And you don't remember any of it. You need to read Solomon about the seizures, Mr. Avery. We talked about that. You read it? My daughter calling. Be right back. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It says, they were many in number, and the steps by which you ascend up to them were every one broad. And one of these towers, then, the third wall had 90, and the spaces between them were 200 cubits. So the spaces between the walls was 200 cubits. What about the book of Psalms? No, we're not doing that, Renee. I'm not giving out pages today. We're just listening. You might not have been in the beginning of class. I ask everybody not to worry about it. I'm not giving out the page till I'm done. You probably wasn't in class for that part. Okay. How many feet is 200 or how long or wide or whatever is 200 cubits? It's okay. 200 cubits is how many feet? We got 600. We got 300. Okay. So these 2 towers were 300 feet apart. Or these 2 walls, excuse me, were 300 feet apart. Okay. A cubit is the same as an L. I know. I got you. I just be wanting y'all to see how these places. Now, we skipped over the beautiful gardens that was in there and the pools, and it was all the amenities. Has anybody ever been to Arizona and been to a resort up in the mountains in Arizona or in Cali? Anybody ever been like to South Mountain Resort or any of the resorts in like Vegas or Arizona? Have you ever been to a resort on the West Coast? You have, Tay? Anybody? Been to South Mountain and looked out over the city of Phoenix? In Vegas. Okay. 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 So were these up on a mountain or were they on the strip? You've been to vineyards in Arizona. Okay, exactly. So you know how when you go up and you on that hill, how you can see all that. It's kind of like the hills of California, same thing. But if it's a resort, you know they have the beautiful pools. They have these beautiful restaurants over in this area. They have cottages. They have houses. They have all these different beautiful. I mean, everywhere you go is pretty. Everywhere you go is ooh and ah and ooh and ah and ooh and ah. Right in this little city, which we'll call, whatever. You know what I mean? Like in the resort is supposed to be like a city that you don't ever have to leave, right? They set it up to where if you don't never want to leave the resort, you can go shopping there, you can swim, you can get your hair done, you can get your nails done, you can have fine dining. If you want snacks, you can find that. Most times in a really large resort, every single thing that you need is there. You don't have to leave out of there for nothing. Everything is beautiful, everything is good, everything is all of that, right? So if you imagine Jerusalem being like a resort city, because God had been giving the Israelites his best for a minute. And not only would he give them his best, he would give them other people's best too. So all the people that went and made these big old gold, everything for them, and these big gold cups, God said, you know what? I think I like that in my house. David, go on over there. Some stuff over there I want you to go get. And I'll tell you where I want you to put it at too. You let them finish making it, and then I'll tell you exactly when to go get it. Okay. God knew they was making all that stuff, the gold vessels and the beautiful linens. Did he not? He probably sent the stuff over there to let them make it so David and them could go take it. How many times did Israel come back with spoil? So much it's falling off. They can't even hold it all. God said, I'll take that and put it in my house. Right. God let you make it so I can come take it. I said, the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. We just keep seeing that over and over and over. I'll be right back, y'all. We getting ready to get down through here because it's about to get juicy with these whole buildings. And then think about this. God does not do anything little. And the reason we are reading this is because Israel has always been the envied place. And they always tell us, oh, Israel. And then we see Israel because it's been ruined because they got too cocky and all of this stuff and God let it be torn up. But think about this. Everybody want Israel. Everybody want it's more. Okay, do me a favor. While I'm in the restroom, go look at all of the blocks that have been down since Jesus' time or before in Jerusalem and the cities right around that. Go look at the blocks at the Wailing Wall that they still have not been able to pick up. Go look at the Wailing Wall and see how small the people are. And think about the blocks that we just looked up the height, depth, and weight of them. Go look at the Wailing Wall. And then it said that the blocks was fitted so perfectly together they didn't need no mortar. Tell me if there's mortar in the Wailing Wall and the walls around Jerusalem. Tell me if you see the hill. Go look at the gate that's closed. I can't think of, what is it called? What's the name gate? That Jesus is supposed to come back through. Go look at all the gates. Go look at the landscape of Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem, old pictures and new ones, and tell me you're not seeing these. One block weighs 6,000 pounds, and they stacked on top of each other. If you go look at the Wailing Wall real quick, and go back and look at the measurements you was just looking up, tell me if them blocks don't look like exactly that. Because they still, like you said, don't have machinery to pick those blocks up even now without cutting them. And sometimes, like you said, they don't even have a piece of machinery that can cut them. All the way back from there, and you want to tell me they did that with chisels? Get out of here. Y'all see it? Y'all see him? The irony is that they have a cemetery blocking the Golden Gate. Yep, trying to prevent Jesus. I saw that. The blocks from Solomon's temple that fell during the destruction are still down and roped off to tourists. Only archaeologists are allowed in that area. Should be open to everyone. You know why it ain't, Auntie? Because then we would know the truth and they could not sell us a lie about who built these buildings. Because guess what? The bricks in Egypt is down too. It's some big old bricks that's down in Japan too. And ain't nobody been able to pick them up. And them is the areas that are not open. We know why. Because a lot of the monolithic structures were built by the giants. And people fail to realize that a lot of them were shapeshifters. We see that in Percy Jackson all the time. They could be big and little. Could they not? They walked around like regular people, but when they wanted to get big and pull rank, did they not do it? Angels are able to do the exact same thing, and they're the children of the angels. Your kids are able to do a lot of the stuff that you're able to do, are they not? Most times, if one of the parents can sing, one of the kids gets that gift. So if you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said there was ice giants, because there was angels that fell that, guarded over the ice and the snow and all of that kind of stuff. So of course their ability is going to be whatever their father's ability was. And there's angels of the water, angels of the snow, angels of the flower, angels of the animals, angels of the sea, and all of it. And a third of heaven's angels fell, not just one kind, it was all the kinds of angels. A third of all kinds of angels fell. You said I watched the Clash of the Titans yesterday because it's very important, man. Facts. I'm an artist in so many different ways, and my son is amazing anime artist. Exactly. 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 So did y'all look at the blocks? Do it look like even a 100,000 of us together? Y'all see how little the people are at them blocks? Did y'all look at the well and why? We've done it before, but maybe some people have never really looked into it. Have y'all ever looked at how little the people are compared to them one block? Them blocks could easily be 10 feet wide or 15 feet wide. And you can only see the front of the block. You don't know how long that wall go. Right? Ice wall in Game of Thrones, just like the ice wall in Antarctica. Come on. So do those blocks at the Wailing Wall look like they could weigh 6,000 pounds a piece? When you see how little, I just sent you a picture of a man leaning against the wall. You can see how big that rock was. Girl, you gonna make me plug my other phone up. It's dead. Yes. Those blocks were huge. Definitely didn't have any mortar. Auntie went. I forgot you and Classy Lady went over there. Y'all didn't seen them. Girl, this phone been dead for 2 weeks probably. It's just been laying on the floor. So I'm going to charge it right now so I can see the picture. Thank you. Listen, I think Auntie sent me some pictures. Somebody sent me a book. Auntie, did you send me a book about Jerusalem? I think she sent me one, Queen. Somebody did. Excuse me. Oh, it's Ephesus. You sent me this, Auntie? No. Yeah, you did. You sent me this, Auntie. This is Ephesus. Let's see if we can see some big rocks in here. This is Ephesus. Y'all y'all have seen the columns in what's the name? Look how little them people is on the stairs. And they was building buildings like this with no so-called technology. But we can't figure out how to build a building like this still today that'll stand a tornado. And they buildings then withstood tornadoes, floods, and everything else. That's where the royalty went to turn up the old Dubai. Interesting. For real, Auntie? Didn't know. So Auntie said this was the old Dubai back in the day. Ephesus. Interesting. Thank you, Auntie, because I didn't know. But look at this fortress, though. And it's up on the hill. Y'all see it? Look how it's up on the hill. This is what they did. So you got to think about this wall. And these bricks ain't even as big as the bricks that's in, what's the name? But you see how it's up on the hill, and then they, one block can crush you. Come on. Okay, so now y'all getting a picture of what, when they was fighting over Israel, it did not look like it looked like right now. I don't think we have the ability because we don't have the beings that were alive at that time. I mean, they're here, but they're not building for us. Well, those bricks were just as large. Were they, Auntie? Oh, well, I stand corrected. Auntie said those bricks were just as large. Excuse me? All right. So I was wrong. So then they was just, so that wall was as big as the wall at the Wailing Wall, Auntie? Who built that? Who built it? For real. Oh, you said not as large, but those are large. I figured they was large, but not if they don't. I mean, just from the scaling, they don't look like the walls that I've seen from the other ones. So they're big, but not as big. That's what I was saying. Like if you look at the walls from right around ancient Mesopotamia in that centralized area where the Valley of the Giants was, they call it the Valley of the Kings too. But the Valley of the Giants, the Valley of the Kings, if you look at that, everything over there is colossal. Everything. Nothing is little. And everything, you can tell it has superhuman strength to help with that. Because look at what they show us. It would have been. It would have been. It to all the places that we read about for sure. But think about this, y'all. Now you understand why it was such a big feat to take Jerusalem. Do you understand why everybody wanted to come against Jerusalem? Excuse me, this little bitty piece of land. We know it's God, but now you, because it was, God always talks about the fortresses and the walled cities and these things. This meant something way bigger than what we thought it meant because of the beings that were living. If you got beings that's 30 foot tall running at you, it ain't gonna be hard for them to climb a 36-foot wall, is it? Think about how fast in the movies the doorways are massive. Even the ones in London and all of those places, people can gotta use a big old stick to close the door. Who was building these doors? Because how would humans even install them? The mansions that we have today are replicas of these buildings. That's like Texas. They do everything. Yep, my daddy lived out there, girl. I'm thinking about how they would be able to run and jump like the Hulk. Exactly. And shake the ground when they come down. But think about it. Whenever they was running up them walls, it was nothing for them to throw something up and get up them walls. They be showing us that they regular sized men, but think about how quickly they was able to get up them walls and stuff. That would be a lot easier if they were bigger. Think about it. Because if Goliath was only a third part giant and he was 9 feet tall, can we just say if he would have had the other two parts, he could have been at least almost 30 feet or taller? Because that means that his uncles and great granddaddies was taller than that because he was only a third part giant. What if he was half? He might have been 27 feet tall. You said the movie Jack and the Giant Slayer. Exactly. Think about it. He's only a third part and he was over 9 feet. So even if he was 18 to 27 feet tall, his uncles and his daddy knew. What you gonna do with a 27-foot tall person being? And you gotta think, they not gonna be skinny. They muscles is gonna fit their height. Right, Patrick? So even if David was 7 feet, Goliath still had him by 2 feet. Because we know that they wasn't small either. They wasn't little people. Because of the line that he came through. And we know Jacob's sons was giants, was they not? We know Noah was a giant, which means Nimrod had to be a giant. You said like the giants in the movie Troll. Don't that make you think about it now? They look like a whole landmass when they laid down. That giant looked exactly like this. He had trees on him and everything. He was able to hide. He looked just like that, did he not? Ain't that what he looked like? Jacob and his sons were giants. Jacob and his 12 sons were giants. Yep. Because the Amalekites and the Canaanites, or whatever he said, your daddy is an Amorite, your mama is a Canaanite, or vice versa, whichever one it is. Those were both races of giants, and that's who the house of Israel came out of. That part to you, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. So this is who we fighting against. Right. It was 2 kings that the brothers had to go up against. And they were both giant kings. King Bilsath, I think he was 22 feet tall. King Bilsath was 22 feet tall, I think, and I think the other dude was like 18 feet. Yeah, I got so many codes. I be putting in the wrong ones to all my damn devices. I'm 4'11". Anyone over 6 foot feels like a giant to me. Okay. No, I'll schedule my install for later. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Do y'all realize if I didn't have my ringer off, my phone would do that all day? All of them. All my devices. And it'll just be constant. That's why my devices are always off. That's why sometimes I just let them go dead. Because it's going to ding on every last one of these. Girl. That's how it do all day. Y'all just don't hear it because everything is on what's the name? My phone, either emails, somebody tagged you in the video. Now imagine when we first started, it was worse. It was driving me crazy. I couldn't sleep or nothing. So no, that happens all. If I had these on, y'all would hear it. I just keep everything in my house. It ain't even on vibrate no more. It's on nothing. Complete. I promise you. Cause I would not get no sleep. CERCA TROVA books. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. I'm looking now. Look, let me look. Because I think this is the iPad with CERCA TROVA books on it. Yep. Okay. I picked the right one. Oh, I have these. Auntie, I think you sent me these pictures too. I'm about to show them. So that's the wall back there. Y'all see how little them people is? Y'all see our Auntie Sandra with her pretty self too? Hey, Auntie. Y'all see it? Y'all see how big little the people is compared to that? Do y'all see how thick them rocks is? Y'all see? She look. You mean to tell me that regular sized people built that? Thank you, Auntie. Look at how big them rocks is. And that's exactly what we just looked at too. What we was just reading about. Thank you, Auntie. The people ain't even taller, excuse me, than the base rock. Y'all see it? They not even taller than the base rock. So who put those there? It's like you can fit 10 people in the width of one, or 3 to 4, maybe 5 people. People place their written prayers in the eroded cracks. Interesting. You mean to tell me humans built this? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And that's why I be saying you gotta look for yourself. Oh, wrong phone. It's this other one. Look. Do you see the size of that dang rock? Look at that. Y'all mean to tell me that we put those there? Hey, who lifting them big old rocks? Humans could never. So do we believe that giants and evil spirits, exactly what it says in the Testament of Solomon, help them build that stuff? Giants and aliens. I mean, giants and demons. So yeah. Because if you read in the Testament of Solomon in the Old Testament Supergrapha, it talks about how those bricks were flown in basically. Lucifer. Solomon, when it talks about the 72 demons of Solomon, he had control. He made them carry them big heavy rocks. They had to materialize and go get them heavy rocks and bring them to the temple. Give me a second. It says, Testament of Solomon, son of David, who reigned in Jerusalem and subdued all the spirits of the air, of the earth, and under the earth. Through them he also accomplished all the magnificent works of the temple with the spirits of the air, the earth, and under the earth. And this tells what their authorities are against men and by what angels these demons are thwarted. Bible and read it for yourself. Right there. The Testament of Solomon, who reigned in Jerusalem and subdued all the spirits of the air, of the earth, and under the earth. Through them he also accomplished the magnificent works of the temple, building it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Who is Asmodeus? Y'all. Y'all ready? Now we know Asmodeus from Tobit and a couple other stories, do we not? Asmodeus showed up a lot of times, or Asmodai showed up a lot of times, a few times in the Bible, right? Right? We know this. Okay. It says, I said to him, is there nothing, is there not something else about you, Asmodeus? He said to me, the power of God which binds me with unbreakable bonds by his seal knows that what I have related to you is true. I beg you, King Solomon, do not condemn me to water. Asmodeus begged not to be condemned in water. You mean like where all of the beings is coming out of right now? The marine spirits. Y'all got it in your own book. You can read it with your own eyes. Here we go. It says, but I smiled and replied, as the Lord, the God of my fathers lives, you shall have irons to wear, and you shall mold clay for all the vessels of the temple, eliminating the cost of the molds. Then I ordered 10 water jars to be made available, and I commanded him to be encircled by them. Though he complained bitterly, the demon carried out the things which he had been commanded. Asmodeus did this because he also had knowledge of the future. So I, Solomon, glorified God, who gave me this authority. Then, taking the liver and the gall of the fish, along with the branch of the storax, I lit a fire under Asmodeus, because he was powerful and his voice was thwarted, as well as a tooth full of venom. Now we know how them blocks fit perfectly together. Have y'all seen the man on TikTok that was crouched down and he was making the bricks? He had scooped the stuff in there, slap it down and turn it over. Scoop the bricks in there, slap it down and turn it over. That's like Persia where he was at. Iran. India. Somewhere over there. Y'all seen it? That is what he was instructed to do. Cause the bricks in the pyramids, they ain't got no mortar either. And I don't think a lot of the ones in Japan got mortar either. They're just huge blocks set on top of each other perfectly. If you go look at the blocks on the pyramids, they're exactly like the blocks at Jerusalem. And this demon was forced. How fast can a demon work, you wonder? Do we think we understand how all of these big churches were built? The Tartarian buildings? Imagine pretty fast if they can shapeshift. Maybe if they can't, they don't have mortar between them. No. Master artist masonry. And they still there. All the flood hit them and everything, and they still there. The blocks over there in Egypt and different places don't have to worry about them getting tired. You sure don't. Ain't this amazing? When you start putting the pieces together, and if you go back and you look, excuse me, at what was said there, because here we go now. Listen to this. It says, blah, 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 40 towers, middle wall were 40 towers, and the old wall was, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. While the whole compass of the city was 23 furlongs. How long is a furlong? How long is one furlong? Excuse me. How many feet is one furlong? $660 and the city was 33 furlongs. I already got the number written down. Okay, so how many feet wide, or how many feet wide was the city of Jerusalem at this time, or inside these walls, or the whole of the thing? How many feet wide was it? Or miles, because I did the miles too. 33 furlongs is how many feet? 21,780. Do you know how many miles wide that is, roughly? You can round up to 21.8 if you need to. That's what I had to do. About 4.1 miles wide. So could you imagine a city that's 4 miles wide, but it's sitting on top of a mountain, or this big old hill, and it's 4 miles wide with all of these houses, but on the very top of that is towers that's between 30 and 100 feet tall. It's 4 miles wide, but this is on the top of a mountain now. And there's houses, so there's like a gate around the whole thing. Then there's another gate around this part. Then there's another wall around this part. Y'all know what that reminds me of? Have you ever went and looked up the construction of the temple before they actually made it a brick one? The tabernacle? You ever looked that up? What the old tabernacle that they used to put out in the wilderness looked like? There was a gate around it, and then there was a courtyard, and then there was the inner part where there was the Holy of Holies. From what I'm looking at, that's exactly how Jerusalem was set up, but on a mountain. So instead of it being flat and just being like this, it went down the mountain, but it was the same setup of protection around the place where God's people was going to be. Go look up how the temple was set up in the wilderness and how they had all the 12 tribes around it. There was the big fence, and then there was that inner courtyard, And then the Holy of Holies, right? But just go look it up and see. And there was 3 walls around Jerusalem, and we're looking up. Yeah, well, we didn't look up the bricks and seen how big they was, seen how tall the walls were, all of this kind of stuff. So you got to think about it. If they got through the first wall, they still had 2 more walls to try to get through. And on top of those walls, I'm sure there were archers and different people with swords and shields to defend the city, right? Because there were soldiers. Right? Or no? So if you go look up the tabernacle and look at how that's set up, if you can imagine this cascading down a hill, it's almost how that would be. Like at the base of it, it's a wall, and then going up somewhere in the middle, another wall starts. But if you think about it, that's almost exactly how it looked in Game of Thrones. Hello, there was the outside city or the outside wall that all the people that was going to try to get through the gate was going to go through. And then there was a wall between the people that had a little bit of money, right? There was an area for the commoners down closest to the wall. And then as it went up the wall, it was your statue. So if you was anywhere in the king's court, you might live in this area, right? But it wasn't down there where the peasants was. But if you got to the top, to the classes, exactly. Now think about the temple. Everybody could be outside of the tabernacle, right? And then only certain people could go into the courtyard, but only the priest could go into the Holy of Holies. It was barricades almost set up because everybody can't go to this space, or everybody is not welcomed in the king's presence. And if it is, it's only one time, and this, that, and the other. Well, think about how God do with the priest. If a priest wasn't no good, or he wasn't living right, or he hadn't got his sins together, they had to tie that string around his leg, because if he dropped dead in there, they had to be able to pull him out, didn't they? When they didn't hear the bells moving around no more, they knew that that nigga wasn't right. Am I wrong? Go on, Dina. Act like Betty Shaw from Listen, I'm just saying how they be selling us stuff, and we be thinking it's all whatever, and it's all scripture. They add another name to it, give the city a different name. Well, we know that happens all the time. But I'm looking at this Game of Thrones, and I'm looking at the map, and I said this all already. When we read in Josephus and we read in all of these other books, it's almost like what God says is they have eyes but they don't see. Because if we were, well, I just feel like it'd be right in front of our face. And all of these stories that they are selling us in these movies are biblical stories, and it just keeps proving more and more real with that. Every time I go and I look at something else that I might not have seen, or I'm reading it again for the second time, just like how y'all went and watched Leave the World Behind, and you saw stuff you didn't see the last time. You saw it, but you didn't see it. This time when you went back and watched Leave the World Behind, you saw a whole bunch of stuff you didn't see last time, or you heard things. Not that you didn't watch the whole movie from the beginning to the end, but it didn't have any relevance until this year. So I believe that's how it is with the word. Like, we'll read it, like I said, there's things that I've read 20 times. But until God gives me certain revelation to this section or this section, it's going to be the same every time. Now, there has to be things that maybe I've learned in between there or whatever else, but then he makes it all make sense. Okay? Because I didn't understand why he had me reading about this, but this area is about to be huge. Right? The city of Jerusalem and the tabernacle is something that, and when I tell y'all, I was laying in my bed, I said, I'm going to get up and read. This is what I opened to. But what are they talking about right now? Rebuilding the temple they said they already built. right? Because at first I was like, why you got me reading this? Then I figured it out. Because this city is about to be in the news a lot, probably. And they're talking about rebuilding it. And we're reading now, he had me reading now about when it was built the first times it was built, and who all put the pieces in and what all work it took to go into building this city that is about to be world renowned again here in a minute. Everybody about to be talking about Jerusalem in a minute, because that man is about to take his seat in over there. The abomination of desolation is getting ready to take his seat. In what city? In what city? Thank you, Rika. Here we go. All right. So, it talks about the towers, their roofs, four score. I'm looking for one other thing. Here we go. It says the largeness also of the stones was wonderful, for they were not made of common small stones, nor of such large ones only as men could carry, but they were of white marble cut out of the rock. Each of the stones, here we go. Look. Each of the, now listen now. It says the largeness also of the stones was wonderful, for they were not made of common small stones, nor of such large ones only as men could carry. But there were of white marble cut out of the rock. Each stone was 20 cubits in length, and 10 in breadth, and 5 in depth. 20 cubits long. I'm sorry. Give me a second. 20 cubits long, 10 wide, and 5 deep. Straight marble. And it said men couldn't have cut these stones or lifted them. So who did? And mind you, Josephus is an ancient historian. He was around in the time of Jesus, a little bit after. So if the stones is too big and too heavy for humans, who was lifting them? 20 cubits long, 10 cubits wide, and 5 cubits deep of solid white marble. Hmm. And that was the temple. Or excuse me, the area right outside the temple. And the towers. And there's thousands of them, if not hundreds of thousands of these stones laid around the city, stacked perfectly on top of each other. Please tell me what the other name for the giants is. What were they called again? Y'all remember? Uh-uh. 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 It was about their occupation. Mountain builders. The mountain builders. The mountain builders. The giants were called the mountain builders. Which they cutting the stones out of the mountains. And they are building buildings that we think are mountains now. And when they dig down under all of that dirt and mud, they find whole cities underneath the mountains, don't they? They just did that in China and a few other places. What they've been thinking was, oh, ancient mountains just formed by erosion. When they get to digging through all of that and get its whole buildings under there with whole cities, like whole kingdoms under this mountain that we thought was a mountain because it's covered in, you know, dirt and trees and all of that. Whole time, it's an abandoned city or an abandoned some type of building type thing that got a city. When they get down in there, it's whole cities in there where there was bakeries and houses and things cut into the rock and all of that. Do we not see that? You said where you lived in Rockwall? Interesting. And there are places like that all over the world. Come on now. You don't think to the average, we'll say it was just regular sized humans. Think about what it would be like standing next to a 36-foot wall of solid marble. You said Moana 2 showed us that. Come on. But think about you walking around a 36-foot tall wall with bricks that big and God telling you, I'm a let y'all beat these people that live in here. First of all, who put these big old stones here is the question I have. So now with you looking at them rocks, do you understand why they was tripping when God said, I'm going to give you Jericho? And the giant walls, after y'all scream, are going to come crumbling down? Would you believe that if you was at the Wailing Wall and God said, if you touch it, I'm going to let all them rocks crumble to ash or dust? Good morning. Would you believe it? Y'all just seen the picture. Do you believe if you laid your hand on that if God told you all however many of them bricks that make up that wall, I'm gonna let y'all walk around it, and then y'all gonna yell, and they all gonna you see how big them rocks is? I just seen Moana 2 Sunday and was pointing out all the stuff from the Bible. My sister kept getting on me for talking. Hilarious. I ain't seen it yet. I'm waiting till it come to Disney Plus. Y'all all in the bit. I said the same thing. So is it crazy now when y'all go and y'all watch these? After doing all the studies you've done now for this last couple years, when you go and watch those movies with Disney, and I say, well, they be telling y'all the truth. It's right in your face. I said the easiest way to hide the truth is to do what with it? My husband be telling me this. Hilarious. Hide it in plain sight. Now can you see it? I get too excited whenever I see something now. That part you be like, oh my God. You be trying to contain it like, okay, don't say nothing because they ain't coming to watch the movies with me. Don't say nothing. Don't say, I can't help it. You know that's, you be trying to hold on, get up, go get you some popcorn or something like, I'm not going to say nothing. I am not going to say nothing. Mm-hmm. Hide the truth in plain sight. Exactly. I was watching a new Squid Game and noticed all the upside down crosses. Interesting. What is Squid Games? What is that? Y'all be trying. Now y'all know how I feel. Now y'all know. And just think, I've been having to do this about 10 years where nobody would listen to me. I'd be like, I told y'all my kids won't watch TV with me. They'd be like, Mom, we can't because we already know. It's a Netflix show. What is it about? Tucker, do you think the movie writers, producers know the relevance? I'm gonna let you screenshot something. It's during the pandemic, the first season. Interesting. Uh, it writers in Hollywood get the Golden Quill Award. That's what writers in Hollywood get. They get. We've done this. You might not have been here. They get the Golden Quill Award, right? Now let me show you something. You want to screenshot that book? Yeah, they get the Golden Quill. That's the award they get. The writers. Okay. So then, look what that says. It says the Order of the Golden Quills. All that we know of the secret folk, giants, elves, dwarves, fairies, merfolk, and all the races now spoken of in whispers, and of whom little is known, would be lost in the distractions of the modern world, if it were not for the Order of the Golden Quills, archivists, scribes, lore wardens, and guardians of this long forgotten knowledge. Exactly how and when the Order of Golden Quills came to be founded is hidden in the mist of time. To be sure, the order is very old. When giants set the rocks of Stonehenge in place, the order was there, taking careful notes all through the ages in all lands. It has sought out mysteries and collected the lore. You tell me. Because who writes the stories about the giants and the witches and the warlocks and the dinosaurs and the dragons? Oh, the writers. And they get the order, they get the literally the Golden Quill Award. That's what they get. The Order of the Golden Quill right in our face. A hidden society right there. Yeah, and look who owned these are the other these were magisters and scribes. Hesiod, like from the Theogony, Medea, Ovid, Lady Zenor, all Merlin, you see? And now this person named Ari Burke is one. William Shakespeare. Interesting. Francis Bacon. Mm-hmm. They got it. That's why they regulate the books we can read. That's why they regulate information. And that's why I be trying to find all the old books. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna turn it off. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. What you just sent me? What you just? Why should you try faster? Oh, oh, you sent me. Okay, okay. Thank you, sis. Some have said they get it from dreams. Yeah, right. After reading the real stuff. Because how is it that every single thing that we study in a movie, we can go back and find it? If it wasn't real and if they got it from a dream, not saying they didn't, right? Not what? Okay. Can I ask you a question? Don't people talk to demons and sell their soul for hit songs? And they say, I don't know where it came. I kind of went into like a trance. I don't know if I dreamed it or if it was like a vision. And then it just came to me. Well, if the demons are the people that actually live the story and you are worshiping the devil and you incant a demon to come up and tell you a story, you can't just tell people you did an incantation to get the story, can you? Sometimes they tell us, oh, I did a spell to get my song. Sometimes they tell the truth, but for the most part, they gonna tell you some other story of how they got that information. But if the disembodied spirits that lived the stories are demons now, and these are the people that these writers go to, and these song people and all of that, these actors to be, when they say, oh, I took on the character and I became the character, like Aquaman. And we know for a fact that there's marine spirits. The marine spirits are the spirits of the fallen angels' children and some of the fallen angels. So then where are they getting the story from? I ain't saying all of them, but where you think they getting it from? If the spirit is still on earth that lived it, you said SZA, Queen, Herbie, and B did it. A lot of them do it. Summer Walker too. It's a whole bunch of them. They so-called ancestors. And don't forget, there's so many books and so many. There were scribes in every part of the world. So there are books that they won't. Thank you. T of Yah. This book is a prime example. In this book, it says that Noah was 210 feet tall. This is before they start changing the literature here in America and in Britain and only giving us pieces of it. And I'm not trying to be funny. When the white folks didn't really know what was going on, when they started traveling in the late 17 and 1800s and early 1900s to go over to Egypt and to all of the colored places, they wanted to come back and tell their friends about it. And so they wrote books in schools that niggas couldn't go to and other races couldn't go to. And they told their friends, at Harvard, just got my copy of that in the mail. Come on, auntie. They told their friends the truth, and then they gave the rest of the people pieces of the truth. Do y'all believe that? Because in here it says that Noah was 210, his grave is 210 feet long. The grave of Adam's sons was 30 feet long. And they already knew where they was in 18. 1891. This man in 1891 went over to Egypt and all these other places, but he went into Bashan, Iran and Iraq, and Syria and Lebanon, and he looked at all the ancient places, just like Auntie said, where they only let the anthropologists go. He got to go in 1891. And this is, remember when I told y'all the, what you call it, the Black Mountain that's in Lord of the Rings? The Black Mountain that's in the Lord of the Rings. You need this. Black Mountains that's in the Lord of the Rings is actually listed, talked about in this book. It talks about these massive columns. It talks about exactly what we reading about in this book in Josephus. All of those buildings is all throughout ancient Mesopotamia in this book. So before the 1900s, when they wanted to come back in school, folks, about what was going on over in Mecca and all of that, they wrote these beautiful books and told the truth. And then once they realized, oh shoot, the niggas gonna realize who they really is. Oh no, you can't come to our school and you can't read our books, and we better not catch you reading nothing about anything about other than America and the law that we gave you and the stories we told you. But they know, because in their schools like Harvard and all of that, they have these books. And that's where most of the anthropologists and all those people come from. And where do they go? Over to ancient Africa or Africa, and they go over to places like Israel and dig up stuff. Well, if they were the people, they would already know the history, because the people that originally lived there don't go digging up stuff because they know how holy and sacred these places are. So you can't be the original people because you would already know. That's what oral history is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 So think about that. Why do they have all these books that are not in our real history classes? And even in the ancient history classes now, they don't be putting these books in there. They be putting the ones that they've already. You you said tell them how hypocritical the word plagiarism is and why it might have been created. That part. That part. So thank you, Tia, y'all, and everybody. Auntie, y'all done sent me all these old books and stuff like that, and they tell a different story. You see what I'm saying? Than what they've been telling us. And when you got all these different pieces and you can put them together, and the history of the Jews, which is what we're reading now, the antiquities of the Jews, when it's telling us about these cities and the towers that were there and what they looked like and how big they were, it also should make you think about when they be trying to sell us that they used to be living in these huts. I ain't saying they didn't, but that wasn't for everybody. Because it literally said that Cain went and started building cities, did he not? He built a city and named it after his son, Enoch. It said, and that's the first time that buildings started being constructed. Well, he also ran with the fallen angels, did he not? Him and his daughters. And it also talks about the city that they built in the book of Og that was up on the hill, that was basically like the Hollywood Hills, and they had all these super tall towers and everything, these lush gardens and pools and all of this, kind of like how they live in the Hollywood Hills now. Remember, we read that in the city where the city of angels. It's been more than one city of angels. In the city of angels, they lived up and they treated people, and a whole bunch of people got unalived. And there was a lot of drinking of blood and rituals and sacrifices that was going on. And people's children and animals and everything else. So a lot that goes on in the Hollywood Hills went on in the days when the sons of God fell and was doing all that they was doing with the women, the same thing that happened in Hollywood and in the elite circles was happening at that time. And if you don't believe me, all you gotta go do is look at ancient pottery, and you will see conga lines with all males and animals. We looked at them. Not that we went looking for it, but it's on the ancient pottery, not just from Rome, from other places where they swear up and down these things didn't happen and it was only a problem. No, that's a lie, because these bodies is black as all get out on this pottery with curly hair. They look just like news. And it's the 7 niggas lined up, and it's a dog at the end of that line. And everybody is connected like pop beans. Am I lying? Y'all seen it? And if you know how pop beads connect, girl, don't play. I mean, nephew, don't play with me. Nephew, don't play with me. I like cute dogs. But I could definitely see how that would be a stroll. And it's all these men doing all that grinding, and there's another man in behind them. So, ooh, nephew, don't ruin my view. Dang. Probably. Because they always by themselves in the day. Oh, man. You just ruined it for me, nephew. I get happy every time I see them strolling like that. They got the little baby doing it. He had his. It makes so much sense. Get in line. Nephew, you ruined it for me. And that's all it is. OMG. I'll be right back. Y'all, you just ruined it. Love me a cute dog. You say what? You ruined it. Now, when I was thinking about the conga line, I definitely wasn't thinking about the cues, but it makes perfect sense. Because you have to be initiated. And there is humiliation rituals. A lot of times there's a lot of drinking. People be at it. They say, you don't even know what happened last night, do you? And it's always now with it be weird stuff. It be weird stuff with but it really be weird stuff with I'm sorry. Because I didn't see something like, you let them do what? What? No. But even in the other ones, it be all of that. And they're secret societies. Got to be naked in a coffin and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, if it's a predator around, I can see it going down. All right, y'all. I might have to take me a 3-minute break here in a minute because I forgot to get my medicine together. But you said only mental humiliation. That's not true. That's not true. It's plenty of males that have been assaulted in fraternities by their frat brothers. Too many stories where they got drunk. It's a whole book about it. A dude wrote a whole book, My Secret Life or whatever it's called, about how he left the South and went to Georgia and was playing football, and one of his teammates got him drunk. They went back, they put on the flick, and he woke up to getting domed up by this man. And he hid that life for a very long time. Oh no. It's more than mental, for sure. It was a whole white sorority talking about it on here. How they let folks release their baby batter in places they shouldn't. And everybody had to let him do that. They let them do that. Oh no. This kind of mess goes on all the time. You said there's literally a movie on Netflix called Burning Sands about it. Right. Yeah. It's all kind of messed up. Not all of them. I ain't gonna say because I can't speak on all of them, but it's a lot of them. You said ID has a certain series about it. I'm trying to tell you. And these are the secret societies. And that's what they were back in the day. They were a part of a secret society. And think about it. Anytime you see the Satanists in their robes, they always naked underneath. When they get clothed with another robe, or they get the clothes that shows that they're initiated, they have to be bare a lot of times underneath there. What do y'all think the Hollywood parties are? That's why we can't just go. You got to be invited. You got to give up your phone. You can't talk about it. You got to sign NDAs. That's exactly what it is. They belong to a certain Greek god, but who are the Greek gods? Who do we know the real Greek gods are? Thank you, Amber. The Assyrian and Babylonian kings don't play with me. And we done talked about it 9,622 times. Where is my thing? You know what? I know what I need. I don't know what's going on with y'all. Don't make me. Get it together. Get it together. Y'all know better. Pay attention, class. You'll need to remember your studies. I ain't had to bring this out in a long time. Get it together. As many times I done had to hold this big old book up here. What's this say there? Right there, it says, instead of the Chaldaic, the Greek names of the kings of Babylon and Assyria are herein given as they are most commonly found in use. So anytime that you think you studying about a Greek god, you're really studying about the Assyrian and Babylonian kings. You said, yes, Mrs. Trumbull. You got that book too? Yeah, come on now. So who is Juno and Jupiter and Neptune? Vulcan. Those are the Greek gods, are they not? But really, they was talking about the Syrians and the Babylonians. Jupiter was really one of the Assyrian and Babylonian kings. And so was Neptune and all of those guys. And this book was not written by people of color. Before y'all start saying whatever, and they even acknowledge that the Greek names, it was just the Assyrian and Babylonian kings. So, again, who is we talking about again? Niggas. Y'all know what the Odyssey is about. And I show this all the time, then we're going to get back to it. Them look like white folks to you? Do they? These look like white folks to you? I done seen some black bodies look just like that. Cut up. You hear me? Whew. I done seen some black bodies that look just like that. Let's see. It's in the other book, ain't it? Probably. Oh, well, we should look at that picture. Just because. This book is falling all the way apart. All the way apart. Oh. Remember the columns? Y'all mean to tell me regular size men built these? See how, do you see his size compared to them? You mean a regular size man built this column? These are the columns in Egypt. You mean a regular size man built that? You think so? How much do you think one of those columns weighs? And look how many there are. And the same time that they was building Israel and different places, what about this? How many lions y'all know got wings? Who are these guys? These were the Assyrians and Babylonians, were they not? Ain't this what they said Gilgamesh looked like? I'm starting to think them as two French braids. Look at his thing. You see that split down the middle? Don't that look like a do-rag to you? Or two braids with two French braids? You see the split down the middle? It's niggas wearing their hair like this right now. They take them two, split it down the middle, and they take them two braids, and they got the beards hanging down. You can tell it in the face structure. Come on. And the curls at the back of their head. Little people, big people. I'm trying to find, I think it's in this other book. I don't think it's in here. It's in the other book. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Turn right to it. Y'all think this is just in black and white? If this was in black and white, would it not be the exact same color as those bodies I just showed you? If this was not in black and white and we can see it in color, it's the same as the Greek gods I just showed you, right? What about this? Uh-oh. We just talked about the Greeks, right? Look here. It says gods of the waters. It said Oceanus. The primitive Greeks, like the Chaldeans. You hear me? The primitive Greeks, like the Chaldeans, imagined an immense river which formed a liquid girdle around the universe. It lay beyond the sea and embraced the sea without. However, mingling with its waters, it was the river Ocean or Oceanus, who, having himself neither source nor outlet, gave birth to all the rivers. Is water alive? Okay. Tell me why this man got wings. We know, you see the wings on his feet? So if the Greek gods were really the Assyrian in Babylon, okay, I'm saying. If the Greek gods were really the Assyrians and Babylonians, you mean to tell me them don't look like black dudes to you? These guys don't look black to you? Do they? The nigga got braids. I I know braids when I see them. Or locks. It's Hercules. How you carrying whole grown men on a steak like some meat? Now you see she light skinned. They showed she was light skinned. And she got braids too. These is full grown man. And look, he got locks. Look. A lion head. A lion. No, they don't got horns. Them is locks. See her hair? Them don't look like locks to you, cascading down her arms. See how strong her leg, Medusa's legs is? Just like not that one. It's here somewhere, right in my face. Slow down. Oh, it's up there. It might be in my room. Oh, right there in my face. Which one can we see the legs on? We don't show the legs on either one of these. It gotta be one of my other books then. I was hoping it showed the actual. Well, you can't really see his muscles on here because they got it covered up. But again, I can't show you the legs because it's probably on one of these other books that I ain't about to pull out right now. So, moving on. The whole point of that was to get over here. Let me go run to the restroom real quick, y'all. I really need to make me some more coffee. Because that end, all of that, what we just read about how big the city was and all of that led me here. To the legends of the Jews. Not that you've fallen over. I done pulled out too many books. So, we've been on here 3 hours already. That is so crazy. So again, the main reason I believe that God had us looking into this was because of what's getting ready to happen. But it was also very interesting to see how big and how massive these stones were that were being built. And this is what makes me even more believe, which not that I didn't before, that the giants, God used even the people that intended evil for his people. He made them, because plenty of times the Israelites conquered folks and they made them their slaves. So then it would have made sense that when they conquered the giants that they had them building buildings because they were slaves. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I ate all that dairy last night, baby. Gotta make sure this stomach is rumbling. You hear me? That dang cream. Okay. Woo, let's get through it. So, now, back to over here. What do you mean, have we read we've read the story of Gideon. All right. So, the story of David, really quickly, because this got me over here. And this is where it kind of gets even more interesting, just more details. So, of course, y'all know that the legends of the Jews are stories that have been passed down by oral tradition, right? Which is what most of our history is. Hey, Pumpkin, right? Y'all agree? Most of our stories, if it wasn't written down, it's oral tradition, right? Which is kind of what this is. They basically be telling us it's myths, but we know it be the real stories because every time we go check, it lines up, right? Okay, so look. Now, this is story time. Okay, so first of all, where was David when the prophet came to anoint him? Where was he at? This is so crazy. When I tell you, so much of the stories be missing. Where was David at when the prophet came to anoint him? What was he doing? Anybody remember? He was in the field doing what? No, David. He was being a shepherd. He was not with his fine brothers. Remember? No. He was shepherding. When the Samuel came to anoint him, he was out in the field, remember? And his fine, tall, big, strong, smart brothers was the first ones to get picked, right? Have you ever wondered why David wasn't with his brothers? If they knew that the prophet was coming, why wasn't David told to get up and get ready? Has that ever crossed your mind? Because God blew mine at 2 o'clock in the morning. Y'all want to learn something with me? I learned it about 3 o'clock. Y'all want to learn it now? Juicy is all I want to say. Oh, here we go. It said David, the elect of God, was descended from a family which itself belonged to the elect of Israel. Those ancestors of his who were enumerated in the Bible by name are all of them men of distinguished excellence. Besides, David was a descendant of Miriam, the sister of Moses. And so the strain of royal aristocracy, however you say it, was reinforced by the priestly aristocrats. So basically, he was born of like kingly blood, but then when whoever connected with whoever, he became of priestly blood too. Royalty, right. So he was born into royalty, but then he became spiritual royalty. Does that make sense? Right? So it was like being born the president's son. So you already royalty, but then you find God and God gives you double royal. Right. Right. He was. Right. So look. It says, nor was David the first of his family to occupy the throne of a ruler. His great-grandfather Boaz was one and the same person as Ibzan. So Boaz had another name. His name was Ibzan. Again, they had more than one name. We all know Boaz, but do you know him as Ibzan? Ibzan? Everybody know Boaz? Everybody know the story of Boaz and Ruth, right? They be like, don't get you a Boaz, don't get you a Poaz, no, y'all ain't never saw that? Oh my God, you got to read the story of Boaz and Ruth. It's really, really good. You know it. Ruth and Naomi was working in the field, and he saw them. Right, and he would put the food out for her, then he ended up marrying her. That's Boaz and Ruth. This is the story. Well, part of it. So Boaz had another name. His other name was Isban. Aristocracy. I'm sorry, y'all. Aristocracy. Okay, so just I'm giving y'all a line. All right, here we go. So it says, the judge of Bethlehem, Othniel, too, the first judge in Israel after the death of Joshua and Caleb, the brother of Othniel, were connected with David's family. As examples of piety and virtue, David had his grandfather, and more particularly his father before him. His grandfather's whole life was a continuous service of God, whence his name, Obed, the servant. Obed means the servant, like obedience, which is so crazy. And his father, Jesse, was one of the greatest scholars of his time. I did not know that until 3 o'clock this morning. That David's dad was a scholar, which means he had a lot of what? Books about everything. Wonder where Solomon got all the books from. His granddaddy was one of the greatest. Solomon's granddaddy was one of the greatest scholars of his time. And his grandson, with the knowledge that he had already gotten from his grandfather, God gave him knowledge at a very young age. Now we know why knowledge was so important to Solomon. Because if he went and sat with his granddaddy was one of the greatest scholars of that time. Is that not interesting? And they always talk about the hidden knowledge that David and Solomon had. I wonder where they got it from. Could it have been David's father and Solomon's grandfather, who was one of the greatest scholars of his time? Where all the books come from? Where all the knowledge from Solomon? I mean, I know God gave him knowledge and he wrote books, but think about that. Right? So then it says, one of his time, and one of the four who died wholly untainted by sin. If God had not ordained death for all the descendants of our first parents after their fall, Jesse would have continued to live forever. As it was, he died at the age of 400, and then a violent death by the hand, of the Moabite king, in whose care David, trusting in the ties of kinship between the Moabites and the seed of Ruth, left his family when he was fleeing before Saul. Jesse's piety will not go unrewarded. In the Masonic time, he will be one of the 8 princes to rule over the world. So in the Messianic kingdom, after this one, Jesse is going to want to be one of the 8 princes that rules over the world. In spite of his piety, Jesse was not always proof against temptation. Well, all right, now, here go David. Okay, what was David? Who believes in Generational curses. They start somewhere, do they not? What is a generational curse that plagued David and his sons? What was the main one that plagued David and his sons? Women, adultery, X. Look at this, y'all. Oh, it got so juicy. I said, wait a minute, what? It said, in spite of his piety, Jesse was not always proof against temptation. One of his slaves caught his fancy, and he would have entered into illicit relations with her had his wife, Nazbat, the daughter of Adiel, not frustrated the plan. She disguised herself as the slave, and Jesse, deceived by the rules, met his own wife. The child born by Nazbat was given out as the son of a freed slave, so that the father might not discover the deception practiced upon him. So Jesse's wife said, oh, you think you about to tap that boy? Please, I'm about to dress up looking just like her. You about to bust me down. Don't even worry about it. And when she got pregnant, David was treated as a child of a freed slave. Hold on, there's more. It says, so that the father might not discover the deception practiced upon him. This child was David. This why he was dirty and his brothers was dressed up all nice and clean. This is why he was out herding the sheep. He was a servant. He was his daddy's son. But mama knew that dad planned on busting another chick down. He laid with his wife and didn't even, I'm trying to tell you, look here. It says, in a measure, David was indebted for his life to Adam. As for at first, only 3 hours of existence had been allotted to him. David was supposed to be a baby that was born and only lived 3 hours and died. Think about it. Stillborn babies, or he's a miracle baby. Here we go. When God caused all future generations to pass in review before Adam, he besought God to give David 70 of the 1,000 years destined for him. A deed of a gift signed by God and the angel Metatron. Who is Metatron? And when Enoch got to heaven, did he not see Adam there? Enoch knows all of our stories, does he not? God told Enoch everything. Y'all. It says, a deed of gift signed by God and the angel Metatron was drawn up. 70 years were legally conveyed from Adam to David in accordance with Adam's wishes. Beauty, dominion, and a poetical gift went with them. So David was fine. He also was going to have dominion, which makes sense that he was a king. Metatron is Enoch. That was his name when he was translated. And then also a poetical gift. Why do we know that to be true? Did David write songs? Did David have musical abilities? We know this because he played for Saul. That David was able to write and play songs that were able to ward off demons. How would he know that information? Maybe because his daddy was one of the scholars? So he gave him the ability of dominion, the gift of dominion. He gave him the gift of being able to write poems and songs. And he also was fine. Interesting. He got beauty, dominion, and a poetical gift with the years. It says, beauty and talent, Adam's gifts to David, did not shield their possessor against hardship. That hit home with me. Just because David was chosen, it did not mean he wasn't about to go through no hardship. He literally got gifts from Adam himself. But that did not stop him from having hardship. How many of us feel like if we chosen by God, we shouldn't have to go through nothing, or that's what we taught? That if you going through a whole bunch of stuff, that God didn't choose you. You said it reminds you of the fairy tale and the gifts bestowed. Yep. But think about that. They tell us if you going through something, you must be doing something wrong all the time. Well, how you know God ain't just trying me? But moving on. It says, beauty and talent, Adam's gifts to David, did not shield their possessor against hardship. As the supposed son of a slave, he was banished from association with his brothers, and his days were passed in the desert tending to his father's sheep. It was his shepherd life that prepared him for his later exalted position. It was his shepherd life that prepared him for his later exalted position. With gentle consideration, he led the flocks entrusted to him. The young lambs he guided to pastures of tender grass. The patches of less juicy herbs he reserved for the sheep. And the full-grown sturdy rams were given the tough weeds for food. Then God said, David knows how to tend sheep. Therefore, he shall be the shepherd of my flock, Israel. In the solitude of the desert, David had opportunities of displaying his extraordinary physical strength. Did you hear that? David had extraordinary strength. Maybe that's why he was able to fight giants all the time. Because he was forever fighting races of giants, was he not? Most of his battles was up against giants. But he had extraordinary strength. I believe he was just probably a smaller one. He come from a line of giants. Ain't he out of the line of Jacob? He's out of the line of Jacob, isn't he? He come from the line of Jacob, don't he? Jacob and his sons was giants. Exactly. Exactly. He was the smallest one out of his brothers, but he had extraordinary strength. And they come from lines of giants, do they not? The Amorites and the whatever was giants. Now, as time got on, folks got smaller. I think he was about 7. I can't remember. I remember he was taller though. I don't exactly remember. Did we read that he was 7 feet tall? I can't remember, but I know that he wasn't. I mean, you got to think about it though. The Giants, the Angels got into both lines. They got into Kane's line and Seth's line. Right? Samson, who y'all think Samson was fighting against? Y'all think Samson, with all that strength to be able to pull them big columns down that we just looked at, was fighting against regular sized men? Why would he need to? He could just, I mean, if he had enough strength to kill 3,000 men by pulling 2 of those big columns down that we just looked at, he couldn't have been no 5 feet. And all of these people was coming out the same line with superhuman strength and superhuman abilities. Right? Okay. It says, okay. It says, in the solitude of the desert, David had opportunities to plan his extraordinary physical strength. One day he slew 4 lions and 3 bears with no weapons. How many normal sized men you know can slay 4 lions and 3 bears with no weapons in one day? How you gonna kill them? And you ain't got no sword, no shield, no nothing. 4 lions and 3 bears he killed in one day with no weapons. You said that he know karate, girl. I don't know. It says his most serious adventure was with the reem. Who knows what a reem is? Y'all remember what a reem is? A unicorn, come on. Go look up Babylonian unicorn, please, while I go make me some coffee. David fought a unicorn, and it was big like a mountain. Don't they always make the unicorns look huge? Bigger than the regular horses? They always make the unicorn look bigger than the regular horses. Well, David ran into one. Ooh, excuse me. David ran into one. This is why they be hiding the rest of the story. You hear me? It says David encountered the mammoth beast asleep. So he ran into a unicorn that was asleep, but it said it was big like a mammoth. How big was a mammoth? That part. How big is a mammoth? Y'all see? Did y'all go see the Babylonian ring? What it look like in them bricks? David was running the fades. Was. Did y'all see the Babylonian ring in the bricks? Y'all done seen the picture a gazillion times, probably ain't even realize it. Go look up the Babylonian ring in their hieroglyphs. It did fit into the ark. It was unicorns on the ark. It was unicorns on the ark. About the size of an elephant or bigger. It wasn't a rhinoceros. It was not a rhinoceros. It's not a rhinoceros, honey. See that? Unicorns. You see it? See it right there? Rhinos. Unicorns. Rhinos. And the horses and gazelles and the elk is down here. Bisons. Hippos. Horses. So horses, rhinos, unicorns. You see it? No, there was unicorns. And other people have this book and they took the unicorns out and just left rhinos, but mine has what it has in there. Not only that, let's go here. Oh, and just so y'all know, when the Bible talks about a behemoth, this is what it was talking about. What's that look like to you? The Bible talks about the behemoth. This is a behemoth. With sinews of steel or whatever it said, this is your behemoth, a dinosaur. So when the Bible talks about behemoths, this is what it was talking about. Just so you know, there's the scripture. Job. Its tail sways like a cedar. The sinews of its thighs are close knit. Its bones are tubes of bronze. Its limbs are rods of iron. Job. So that means when Job was around, there were dinosaurs. Wonder how they were getting those big old blocks moved. Now we know. They had dinosaurs. What's that say? A reem. Unicorn. Now, Job again. Will the wild ox consent to serve you? Will it stay by your manager at night? Your manger at night? Can you hold it to the furrow with the what is it? Barns? I'm sorry. Will it till the valleys behind you? Harness. I'm sorry, I'm reading backwards, so y'all help me. So David fought a unicorn. Job talked about unicorns. And we've read about unicorns in other places, have we not? In biblical terms. In biblical places, have we not? If the Bible talked about fish people, which was Dagon, half fish, half man, ain't that when they said the unicorns was running on the earth? Job's brother was Nereus. He was a whole fish man. Come on. So we know David fought one. Here we go. Unicorn blood was said to have magical properties. I bet. It's a horse with one horn. And you can go look at the ancient, all the ancient hieroglyphs have them. All the ancient world hieroglyphs and monoliths have the unicorns on them. That's why I just told y'all, go look at the Persian blocks, the Babylonian blocks, in their things on their stuff that they got. In the Flintstone cartoons, the dinosaurs were used for construction. Come on, auntie, that's what was moving them blocks, them and the giants. Just like they showed us. And we know this even from watching the show Noah. Didn't dinosaurs get on the boat in that show Noah that we watched on Prime? Wasn't it dinosaur? The giants was running and the people was hopping on the dinosaurs that looked just like that behemoth and running to the top of the mountains trying to get away. How would Job be able to describe something he never seen? Do you believe the dinosaurs lived? And just like the anthropologists that don't believe in the Big Bang, but believe in the real stuff, that man went through there and showed you that dinosaur bones, giant bones, and regular people's bones is all in that mud, in the layers of the earth. And this is why, auntie, they don't let us go over there by where them big blocks and stuff is. Only the archaeologists can go there. Can I please? What makes you think I have something of him? You just know I got something. How you just know I got something about that? You mean what's his name? Godzilla? You mean Godzilla? You said, say what light bulb? Adam named all the animals all, so they got it in the record. Exactly. You mean Godzilla? That has impenetrable armor. Its snorting throws out flashes of light. Its eyes are like the rays of dawn. Flames stream from its mouth. Sparks of fire shoot out. Job 41:18. In ancient tales, 3 great beasts ruled over creation as the mightiest of their kind. The reem, which was, it says mistranslated as unicorn in the King James, is the king of the land animals. Aziz, a winged creature compared with the griffin, is the king of the birds, and an unrivaled king of the sea is the Leviathan. Lamech of Cain talks heavily about the Leviathan because it was 2 of them and God had to get rid of one of them because the earth couldn't contain the same thing with the behemoths. You hear me? Here we go. It says, David encountered the mammoth beast asleep, and taking it for a mountain, he began to ascend it. Suddenly the reem awoke, and David found himself high up in the air on its horns. He vowed if he were rescued to build a temple to God 100 ells in height. How tall is 100 ells? An ell is 18, a foot and a half. So how tall is this temple he about to build? Well, it's 18 to 21 inches. So you can do 100 times 18 or 100 times 21. You said it's 32 feet. An L is the same as a cubit. They're between eight. It's the measurement from the inside of your elbow to the tip of your middle finger. And depending on how long your arms are, that could be 18 and 21 inches. So if he said it was going to be 100 L's tall, how tall was it? 175 feet tall, the temple? 385 feet, you said? What's the number you guys are using? Are you using 18 inches or are you using 21? Using 21. Okay. So you got 375 feet and you got 175 feet. L's. ELL. Yeah. So we're going to give it an estimate between 200 and 400 feet tall this temple was. We'll say 250. We'll give it in the middle. 250 to 300 feet tall this temple that he was going to build was. Interesting. No? How many times in the movies have we seen some big old monster or big old animal that a regular sized human jumps on and you can barely see them coming, but you can see this big thing and then they jump? A dragon. How big does a person look to a dragon? Y'all seen Game of Thrones? Y'all see how little them people look compared to that dragon? And we know they was real because they found the bodies of them. The Bible talks about dragons, does it not? But we know those dragons were what? Different types of dinosaurs. Are we right? Because if God made the Leviathan and it breathed fire, it ain't nothing but an underwater dragon. And we see that dragons can go in the water and come out of the water. Well, what about birds? Where did the birds come from in the beginning? Did they come from the air or did they come from the water? When God created birds, where did they come from? They came from the water. Well, we see, but they can stay in the air though, can't they? Don't dragons have nests like birds way up high where can't nobody find them, or down low where can't nobody get to them? Ain't that what they show us? That most dragon nests are way up somewhere where it's hard for humans to get to on top of a mountain, or they're in some deep, big, dark cave that you still got to travel up a mountain to go find. Like in the middle of the mountain, it'll be a hole. And that's the dragon's lair. Right? That's what they tell us. Y'all remember me asking y'all how they got them aerial views of the maps from back in Davis and them days? If it wasn't no planes, how was they doing aerial maps? In BCE. There's aerial maps of Davis and them time, but it wasn't no planes. So how was they? I mean, if it wasn't a flying carpet, How was they getting there? To do aerial maps. Like we got to use drones and planes to get aerial maps now. How was they getting them? Because it's old ancient maps and they're aerial maps. Camels. Camels can't help you draw an aerial map. An aerial map is you above it. Aerial maps, y'all. Where the mountains look this big. And you're looking at the ground from like in a plane in these maps. You're not. Okay, let's keep going. It says he vowed if he were ever rescued to build a temple to God 100 ells in height, as high as the horns of the ring. Thereupon God sent a lion, the king of the beasts, inspired even the reem with awe. The reem prostrated itself, and David could easily descend from his perch. At the moment a deer appeared, the lion pursued after him, and David was saved from the lion as well as the reem. He continued to lead the life of the shepherd until, at the age of 28, he was anointed king by Samuel, who was taught by a special revelation that the despised youngest son of Jesse was to be king. Samuel's first charge had been to anoint one of the sons of Jesse, but he was not told which one. Do y'all remember me telling you that God will tell you to do something and he don't tell you the rest of it? He said, go down there and anoint one of Jesse's sons. He never told him which one. So people are like, God told you. He didn't tell you everything. No, he didn't actually. He told me to get up and go. He didn't tell me the rest of it. Thank you. I don't know it all. He only gives me bits and pieces, and then I get the other pieces and I can put it together. So God told Samuel, go down there and anoint Jesse's son, but he never told him. He could have told him that go anoint the youngest one. He did it. He didn't tell him. And people think that just because God uses you, that yes, sometimes he do give you all of it, but sometimes he just give you pieces. And that's his right because he's sovereign. He don't have to do any of the other. Here we go. It says he was anointed by King Samuel. Oh, I'm sorry. I read that. It says when he saw the oldest Eliab, whatever his name is, he thought him the king of God's choice. God had allowed him to be deceived in order to punish Samuel for his excessive self-consciousness in calling himself a seer. So he didn't even believe he was a seer. It was thus proved to him that he could not foresee all things. However, Samuel's error was pardonable. God first rested upon Eliab. Oh my goodness, come on. Here we go. It says, only on account of his violent nature and his swiftness to anger against David, the position destined for him was transferred to his younger brother. Sound familiar? Is that in a family line? The jealousy of the older brothers to the younger brother? That started way, way back, didn't it? With Cain, with Joseph and his brothers, and this is the line that they done came through. So the same thing that happened with Joseph and Cain and Abel happened with David and his brothers. So the oldest brother would have been king. But because of his internal feelings for David, God gave the kingdom to David. Ishmael, come on. Come on. Ishmael and Isaac. So we see that that's a running thing, that older siblings a lot of times, Esau and Jacob, come on. It went right on down the line. Ain't it crazy? Would you call that a generational curse? Sibling rivalry. There are people that have never got to meet their uncles and aunties and cousins because of sibling rivalry. Interesting. It says Eliab was in a sense compensated by seeing his daughters become the wife of Rehoboam. Thus he too enjoys the distinction of being among the ancestors of the Judaic kings, and Samuel's vision of Eliab as king was not wholly false. The election of David was obvious from what happened with the holy oil with which he was anointed. When Samuel tried to pour the oil on David's brothers, it had remained in the horn. But as David approached, it flowed out on its own accord and poured itself out over him. The drops on his garments changed into diamonds and pearls. And after the act of anointing him, the horn was full as before. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that with y'all ears? It said when Samuel went up to all them brothers, the oil wouldn't even come out when he went to anoint them. But as soon as David started walking up, the oil started to pour out. And it poured itself on David. But when the oil poured out, once it touched his clothes, it turned to diamonds and jewels. Where have we heard that before? In his bloodline. Where have we heard that in a bloodline before? Abraham and the angel crying. God's riches and glory. Did David have those two things? Did David have God's riches? And did David have God's glory? Did God give David his glory? It says David was a man after God's own heart. And the glory that was on David's life came from where? God. God got the glory of David's accomplishments, but the glory of God and all of that was resting on David. The riches of God, did they not come to David? We know they did because they hit his son too, Solomon, did they not? And you have to understand that David had other sons before Solomon. He already had other wives and children. Bathsheba was not his first wife and not his only wife. He married widows and other women too. How many? I think David had 8 wives. He had 7 or 8 wives before Bathsheba, or so many before Bathsheba, and then I think he got one more after her, or maybe she was the last. I can't remember. But David in total had 7 to 8 wives. This is why God was mad at him. He like, because you had a man killed for his wife, like you don't already got 7. Here we go. It says, the drops on his garment changed into diamonds and pearls, and after the act of anointing him, the horn was full as before. The amazement was great that the son of a slave should be made king. Then the wife of Jesse revealed her secret and declared herself the mother of David. The anointing of David was for a time kept a secret, but its effect appeared in the gift of prophecy, which manifested itself in David and in his extraordinary spiritual development. His new accomplishments naturally earned envy for him. None was more bitterly jealous than Doeg or Doge. Doge. Doeg. Or Do. It's either Doeg or Doge. I didn't have him pronounce it for me. But where do we know that name from? Miss Moore, you caught that? And if you go look up Doeg or Doge, Doeg, it got a lot to do with what's going on right now. That name did not come from anywhere. Go look up Doeg. I'm going to give y'all a couple minutes. My stomach is upset. Go, oh, and my coffee. That's what I'm forgetting. Go look up Doeg and look at who he was. Look at what he did. Look at his life real quick. Tell me if it don't sound familiar. Tell me that ain't interesting to you. Yeah, he was Doeg the Edomite, but what did he do? The musty one in his new department. But look what he was on, Mr. Doeg the Edomite. Tell me that don't sound familiar. Doge or Doeg, however you say his name. Tell me that don't sound familiar. Go look at what he was on. He took out a lot of priests. What be on the back of Elon Musk's armor he be wearing? In the end, he died a leper, as it often happens with those who strive for something which they are not entitled. He lost what he possessed. God sent the 3 angels of destruction on Doge. Tell me. God sent the 3 angels of destruction to Doge. The first caused him to forget his learning. The second burned his soul. And the third scattered the ashes. He killed the priest. What's the New World Order? What do you think is going to happen when the one world religion comes into play? What's going to happen to the priests and the pastors and the bishops and the ministers that say Jesus is Lord? Do you think Doge has anything to do with that? Ain't he the one saying they be talking to high-ranking demons? He the one want the New World Order part of it, don't he? And the New World Order gets rid of Jesus, don't it? You get rid of Jesus, you don't need no pastors and preachers. So what you gonna do with them? The Dogecoin. Is it spelled the same way? His ain't D-O-G-E, it's D-O-E-G. Oh, you spelled it like that. Okay. But it ain't nothing but wordplay. Ain't it? They switched the E and the G. Because if you look at what old boy did and what old boy is doing, who was Saul? Who was Saul? No, not that one. The other one. What was Saul? He was a king. What is Mr. Trump considered here once he takes office? In the olden days, he would be considered the new what? He would be the king. If we went by biblical times, he would be the new king. And Doge was one of the king's workers, was he not? But he had an ulterior motive the whole time he was working under the king. Was he not? Sound familiar? He had a plan underneath the king to get rid of all the priests. The New World Order will do that. He was the chief. What are we calling Elon Musk? Co-king? He was somebody that had responsibility, that was responsible for some of the king's business. Yes or no? Okay. I saw that name and I said, he's somebody that gonna be serving the king. He's supposed to be handling the king's business. Let me ask you a question. A herdsman, kings got their money from sheep and cattle, and that showed their wealth, right? Their land and their livestock back then. Gold and stuff too. But you could tell a man's wealth by his land and his livestock, no? And his workers. This person was probably somebody that was over workers and checked all the herd. If he was the chief, that means he was over people, right? Over the king's money. Why does Donald Trump like old boy Musk? Why he mess with him? Because he know how to get what? Money. And Trump is going to let Elon Musk do whatever he wants to do. He said because he's smart and rich. Okay. Is it not Elon Musk that wants the New World Order? And in the New World Order, there's a one world religion where you're not going to need all these pastors and priests no more unless they are preaching that the Antichrist is the Christ. If not, you could be beheaded. Who you think they're going for first? Because who tells the people or helps the people understand? If pastors say it, people what? If pastors say it, most people what? They believe it, do they not? Without question. If pastor, bishop, minister, whoever say it, most people believe it. They don't even question it. They gonna do what they say. So if the priests are not going to line up, could we see this very scenario happening again? Once the new king comes to fruition, once he gets set on his seat, do we know who Elon Musk serves? Has he shown us? Oh, they coming for the priest first, babe. Believe it. Because who's going to brainwash the people into believing that the Antichrist is Christ? It's gonna have to use the pastors. It's a new world religion. You either preach this religion or you're out of here. So yeah, they're gonna be gone. They'll raise up their own priests, just like back in Israel. You hear me? You said if they harm one head, they'll have to. They are going to harm the heads. God said this. Yeah, people really don't think God is about to let nothing happen to us. What does it mean to be martyred? What is the definition of a martyr? Not persecuted. Not persecuted. What's the definition of a martyr? Someone who dies for their belief. A martyr is a person that dies for what they believe in. So when God says that we are going to be martyred, what does that mean to you? Hey, how many people feel like a lot of the people that we see now that's talking about, oh, I live for Christ, I live for Christ, I die, they really won't die for Christ. And I'm not saying judge nobody, but do you really believe most people are going to let a pistol be put to their head and say, no, do what you got to do? I believe in God. Knowing they got their son, daughter, mama, cousin, husband, wife sitting right there watching them. I ain't saying it ain't going to be done, but do y'all think most people in our world really are ready to die for something? Some of them even don't even know if God is real or not. They just go to church because they think that's the right thing to do. And it's because people have been told, oh, you're not going to have to suffer that. Why are people telling people that they not going to have to suffer that when God says we was? He said, you're going to suffer for my name. You're going to be unalived and beaten and persecuted for my name. So why are people telling people, oh, no, we're not going to have to go through that. We're not going to have to be martyred. That's the other people. When God said, my kids are going to go through the same things I went through, especially in the last days, the same things that was happening when I was around, that's the stuff my kids is going to have to go through. Y'all good? I'm about to right now, Nicole. Yeah, it's 3:40. I'm about to. Because I'll be trying to take a nap here in a minute. This why my days is out because I ain't starting class till 12. Crazy. Exactly. So I just wanted to take y'all over my little brainstorming that I was doing last night at 3 or this morning at 3 o'clock. And I ain't all the way done with it. But do you see how the pieces was fitting back in? You said I sure want a good nap. Listen here, I'm about to find me something and lay it on down. You said just started my ramen, right? I'm hungry. I gotta eat something. But do y'all see why I believe they're even reading in these other books? It puts. You're welcome, cause I didn't want to. Y'all could tell when I first got on here I didn't want to. You about to watch Game of Thrones? Mm-hmm. Skip over the crazy parts. Just skip over Cersei and her brother. Just fast forward that. Fast forward that mess. All the craziness, fast forward. But look for the other stuff. I'm cooking ham. Ooh, that sounds so good. You about to go watch it too? Look at y'all like, how did I make? Okay, let me get my little map. Everybody going to watch Game? Not everybody, but a lot of y'all about to go back and start Game of Thrones. That's good though. I started it over. I ain't even gonna lie to you because I said, I gotta go back and see what I didn't see. Ooh, you about to make some burritos. I'm about to find me something. I'm finishing watching The Magicians. Ooh, so you on a good something too then. You said I might have to restart my HBO subscription. That part. They've been doing marathons all week. Okay. Okay. Well, here we go. I guess we're going back to see what we didn't see the first time. And just think, we watched it all again. It's been simmering for Ooh, I know that's something real good in your house. Wait a minute. You don't eat meat. How you making you must not what you making yours with? Cauliflower or that jackfruit? You don't eat no meat? Do you? How you making burrito and you don't eat meat? You making yours with jackfruit, ain't you? Chuck roast, I do. About to say, how you making some burrito tacos and you eat grass all day? We was talking about you yesterday. You got some. I've been rewatching Charmed and documentaries, seeing a lot more this time. I'm gonna have to go back and watch Charmed too. A lot of them symbols. I'm like, oh, she making some. She about to make some grass burrito for herself. Now my nephew's probably about to get some meat, and my brother, but not her. But yep, she do. Although you can make it with hibiscus. See, grass. We just talked about hibiscus last night. Grass. I knew it. Well, I mean, any of those other shows, right? All the shows we used to watch, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, do y'all realize all of that is real symbols, is real names. I said grass. Flowers ain't nothing but a different type of grass. That's all. It's all grass. Mm-hmm. Grass. It's all grass. Ooh, yeah, I got a roast in there. It ain't no beef roast though. But that's what y'all like, grass. Y'all like eating grass. Make it in the, you know. I ain't gonna do it. I am not gonna do it. I was gonna say, y'all know what y'all be in the kitchen doing like what we used to do when we was little, making mud pies. Here, eat my apple pie. No, you gotta bite it. That is not apple pie. But it is. Use your imagination. No, it's dirt. And I know it's dirt. That's how I be feeling when y'all be saying, oh, it's fake eggs. It's fake this, it's fake that. Well, why don't I just eat the real eggs? I don't want to eat no eggs that look like eggs. With grass garnish. Yep, that's exactly what y'all doing, Queen. Every time y'all be telling me, I say, oh, they gonna eat some more grass that look like something else today. Okay. So they making tacos. Mm-hmm. That's what y'all be here doing. Y'all be in the kitchen doing the same thing we used to do when we was kids, making them mud pies and stuff. Make it and trying to make people think this is a chicken leg. No, that's a ball of dirt with a stick on the end of it. Oh, that's what they do right now with jackfruit and the fake sticks. They make chicken legs. Y'all still playing in the mud. I see. Great imaginations. Great. She said, listen. Yeah, that, auntie. Mushroom, right. Mushroom steaks. Right. Right. Y'all still doing it, so I guess you guys have a great imagination. Y'all figured out a way to make the grass real food. I see. So now grass really do be chicken. And it be eggs and potatoes and everything. All kind of stuff. You hear me? Funny. A carrot dog. Right. Grass. Grass and sticks. Everybody is so creative. You said it. Because, baby, I'm about to eat me a hot dog. I'm not eating no carrot hot dog. I'm going to eat me a hot dog. Uh-huh. I know. I know. That's why I asked her, is hers going to be jackfruit? Oh, I know. And I'm going to let y'all be creative. I'm going to just eat what the creator made. He made cows. I'm going to eat a cow. Not very much of it because it hurts my stomach, but I will eat a cow. He made chickens. I'm going to eat a chicken. He made eggs. I'm going to eat the eggs. I mean, if it get too crazy, he made bugs. I might have to eat one of them too, so I just leave it. He made grass, right. I eat grass. It's called lettuce, but I'm not turning grass into other stuff. I'm not turning grass into nothing when I can eat it. I'm just going to move. Here go all the grass you can have right here. You want to turn it into chicken? You can turn it into chicken. I'm going to go over here and eat the chickens that eat the grass. Y'all eat the grass, and I'm going to eat the animals that eat the grass. We going to do it like that. Listen. I don't want that in my life. Anyway, I love y'all. I'm about to go find me some food. I might be back later. We'll see. But I just wanted y'all to hear that little bit of what we was doing and look and see how big those buildings are and look and see how great our God is. He's been great. And the things that he had people build, the things that he made, the things that he does, they're always so big. And I think that we don't really take the time to get in there and look and see when it says they built the city of Jerusalem or they built this city or they did this thing, how massive that stuff really was. Because we used to see in our buildings, but when you go back and you start looking at stuff, you're like, wait a minute, how did they do that? How did they figure that out? How to even, like nephew said earlier, bricks with no mortar. Our builders could never. Baby, they use mortar and our houses still be leaking. Do they not? Crumbling. After 20 years, 30 years, you got to get a whole new base put on the bottom of your house. Hell, some of the new houses be leaking before y'all ever even get to move in them. And what they built thousands, 7,000, 5,000, 6,000, 4,000 years ago ain't even got no mortar in between, but don't no water get through there either. So they had to know something we don't know. You hear me? Thank you. Yeah, I love y'all. Yeah. So I just be wanting us to go get into the deeper stuff a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We always read the surface, but I believe reading the rest of these stories helps you get even deeper into God's story because God came through this very line, did he not? Didn't Jesus come through David's line? So when you read more about all of these stories about the line of David and all, you're really learning more about Jesus's family members, his life, you see what I'm saying? So you really getting deeper into what happened. I don't know. I like the details. I didn't used to, but now I do. Don't tell me the rest of the story. Don't just tell me what you want me to know. I need all of it. So I love y'all.